Good evening, everyone, and welcome to this evening's November 17th meeting of the Buffalo Board of Education. Now, as you can see, we have a full house. We have a lot of speakers that want to talk about a variety of topics. So all I ask as we go through, since all your voices are valued, that you respect to both board members and to each other, so that we can hear everyone speak, so we can hear what they have to say, and that we can weigh what their words and the meaning that they have for the district and how we can proceed going forward. So I would greatly appreciate that. Thank you. At this point, can we all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? At this point, we can turn over down to the council.
Thank you, President Petrucci, and good evening, everyone, board members, community, and staff. We have a very special recognition this evening. And as we begin to center ourselves for this mindfulness moment, we want to recognize that an Indigenous land acknowledgement is one step we can take to understand the long-standing history that has brought us to the land we currently stand on today. An Indigenous land acknowledgement provides us with the opportunity to be grateful for the Indigenous peoples who are the original inhabitants of the lands on which we now live. And we acknowledge our country's own history of atrocities and injustices that brought about their displacement and dispossession of this land. So we're here to celebrate and recognize Native American Month, and we want to work, as we have been, to continue to integrate the great history of our Indigenous relatives into the curriculum and into the everyday education of our school. So at this time, Dr. Fatima Morrell, Associate Superintendent for Culturally and Linguistically Responsive Initiatives, will lead us in an Indigenous land acknowledgement. Joining Dr. Morrell this evening is Blaine Tall Chief of the Turtle Clan of the Seneca Nation, who will be performing an Indigenous friendship song to honor Native American Heritage Month.
Thank you.
Dr. Morrell.
Thank you, Dr. Cash. Greetings, esteemed President Petrucci, esteemed Board of Education members, Superintendent Cash, and the Buffalo Public Schools community. As a visitor on this land, we would like to begin this evening by acknowledging that we are gathered on the traditional and unceded territory of the Haudenosaunee and Winrow people. We pay honor and tribute to the Indigenous ancestors, for the land we use, as we know it, was not gifted, but taken through violence that has caused historic intergenerational trauma, of which we acknowledge and hope and work collectively for healing. To do so recognizes Indigenous peoples' long-standing presence in this territory. Further, this recognition and respect for Indigenous peoples in their land is a key towards reconciliation. I would now like to say to you, happy Indigenous History and Culture Month, and I would like to welcome Mr. Blaine Tall Chief for his Indigenous Peoples Friendship Song. Thank you. Mr. Tall
Chief.
Colleagues, in addition to that brief ceremony, I've emailed to all board members and staff, and I've placed online a series of activities and curriculum materials that we are building and have been building under the Department of Culturally and Linguistically Responsive Initiatives. And you can see these materials now online that we are working to grow, so that learning about our Native American tribes and ancestors is part of our everyday career. That's part of the mission of the CRI. I really want to commend staff for building that work, and for the Native American community, particularly here in local Buffalo, the Seneca Nation, for helping us to do that. I think we now have a course, Ms. Botticelli.
It's being developed.
I'm sorry. A course that's being developed that specifically teaches about the history. So again, wanted to make that recognition clear. Colleagues, I have a second recognition, under-board recognition, before we start our business, that I'd like to acknowledge. I'll kind of go from the heart, from what I know. On Tuesday, yesterday, a good colleague and friend of mine, but certainly someone who you know well, passed away yesterday at the age of 77. And that is Dr. James A. Williams. And he was a colleague like mine, like me, many years in this profession. Strong African-American male, honest man, authentic man, and was a great educator. And I remember him in many of the work that we did together in trying to bring along new leaders into this work. We met several times teaching through the Howard University Superintendent's Development Program in Washington, D.C. And he had a great sense of humor as well. And I remember, and I'm trying to encourage how great it is to go into this profession for young people of color. And he would say, if you're young and you want to be a superintendent, don't apply. That's what he would tell. So, long story, I know also you know that he was responsible in large way for all of these magnificent buildings and schools that you have here. The renovation of those schools, the iconic schools that you have here in Buffalo, sort of second to none. I've been around. You have Bennett High School, East High School, Lafayette High School. These schools are beautiful, iconic buildings, and it was part of your work and the board's work, $1.4 billion to renovate and reinvest in the beautiful schools that you have today. Many schools in urban settings don't have the kind of beauty and school system that you have in terms of the physical facilities. So just wanted to acknowledge Dr. Williams, and if we could, because anyone that puts that much service in deserves our respect and our attention. So could we rise in silence for a moment of silence for Dr. James Williams? Thank you. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Dr. Williams. Sorry to learn Dr. Cash. I'm sorry to learn Dr. Williams passed. I had the opportunity to work with him, and he not only did many great things, he was one of the first superintendents to really improve our graduation and proficiencies in Native American English. He's also a strong supporter of that public schools as well. With that being said, I'm going to recognize. At this point, it comes up to the superintendent's update. Oh, sure. Former President County, the floor is yours.
So, in honor of James, I had a very good relationship, very strong relationship with him. very short time. First thing he said to me was that, I want to make sure that you know what's going on. Because I can tell that you have the ability to represent the people in a good way, Second thing he told me is that all of your high schools in your district was, scheduled to close when he got here. So that meant Burgard, Vinton, MST, they weren't supposed to be closed. And we said I made sure and that's not going to happen. So he reached out to me probably about 3 months ago. Unfortunately, we didn't connect because a health incident happened with him. And we never got a chance to speak. But when you talk about someone who was a strong man and who was about the children, he certainly was that. And I would be remiss if I did not say that his legacy will live long. And the other piece of his legacy, which is not often talked about, was the excellence that came under his leadership with his staff, as far as moving the needles and moving things to the next level. And a lot of criticism, he received a lot of criticism as a result of that. But know that when certain people on his staff, and they were no longer allowed in Buffalo, they got ran out too. That's how the game plays when you're doing good work. You're gonna eventually have to leave. They did some great work, and a lot of pushback, but he made a difference. And I pray that his soul rest in peace. Thank you.
Thank you. I also, colleagues, if I could, Fred Wagstaff, who I talk with often as our executive director for security, reminded me that Dr. Will, he's a big fan of football and big into athletics and helping to improve our sports programs, our athletic programs, Section 6 sports, all of those issues we still grapple with. He was a front runner on that. But he hired Stevenson McDuffie over at Bennett High School. And Bennett Tigers football team under Mr. McDuffie is just, it's not only won games, but much more importantly, the mentorship that it provides for the young people. So in honor of Dr. Williams, we as a Buffalo community, if you don't object, board members, would like to dedicate the Bennett Tigers Section 6 Class AA State Championship game in Syracuse next weekend to the memory of Superintendent Dr. James A. Williams, who always recognized the promise and the possibility in each person. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cash. That's a fitting tribute to Dr. Williams and all the good work he did on behalf of the district. At this point, we have the superintendent's update.
Colleagues, I have some very, very significant updates that I'd like to present regarding COVID-19, regarding transportation, regarding violence in our community and among some of our young people. But I think because the updates are substantial, and they're not long, but they're substantial, I think it might be in the interest of the board tonight to hear from the speakers first, so that we can listen and hear from them, and then our response will largely be listening and then incorporating that response in my updates to the community. So that would be my recommendation, that you let the speakers first speak. When I look at the topics that they have identified as what they're going to speak about, I think it would be good for the interest of their time and efficiency to hear from them first. But it's the board's choice.
So what is the will of the board? Can I have everyone signify that you want to take the items out of order by raising their hand? For those who would like to take the items out of order, please signify your agreement by raising your hand. Speakers first. You have any hands? As I'm getting old, let me get my glasses on. At this time, the board welcomes speakers who have signed up to speak at tonight's meeting. Please be reminded that all speakers' remarks must be limited to 3 minutes or less. We ask that speakers be mindful that this is a business meeting, open to the public, and televised locally. Attendees and viewers include persons from throughout Western New York, including children. This board asks that speakers conduct themselves professionally and that their comments remain civil and courteous, bearing in mind that they will be heard by people of all ages. This is an opportunity for Buffalo's residents to address the Buffalo Board of Education about issues that serve the public interest and district mission. And the board asks that speakers demonstrate appropriate decorum. And I just want to thank you all for joining us tonight. First person on our list this evening is Sophia Stasio, student, regarding school lunches and food service workers. Ms. Stasio, the floor is yours.
Good evening. My name is Sophia Stasio, and I am student body representative for 156 Radford Instead School. I'm here to speak about the school lunches and workers and conditions in the food service department. I'm here to specifically speak on food services commissary building and more inclusive school lunches. I feel strongly that at my school, students should have access to halal meat. In the Muslim culture, people are not allowed to eat meat that isn't halal. Halal meat is slaughtered in a manner that ensures all blood is drained from the meat because consuming blood is considered haram or forbidden. But halal meat is extremely expensive, almost 3 times that of current school lunches. Currently, there are 8 schools in the pilot program for meat. Buffalo Elementary School of Technology, International School, West Turtle Academy, Waterfront Elementary School, Lafayette International High School, International Private Program, Hutchinson Central Technology High School, and Math Science Technology Preparatory School. Unfortunately, Olmsted was not selected for the pilot program. I would be happy to work with a possible grant writer in the district to attempt to find something to cover the cost of halal meat. The grant would also improve the board's communication with the food services department, and that of the frequent reports food services would have to write in order for the grant money to be proven and used correctly. Speaking with the administrators of food service regarding halal menu item choices at our school, I discovered we absolutely need a new commissary building. Currently, the lease for the building that food services resides in costs somewhere around $400,000 annually. That's almost $500,000 out of the district's pocket yearly. If the district were to buy or build a building for food services, that $400,000 would not have to be expended yearly, and they could use that money for other things, allowing the chefs who can prepare scratch meals instead of reheated meals. Now, understandably, there are many new priorities with COVID-19 around, but this hasn't just suddenly become a priority this year. People have been speaking on this for a decade, and nobody has done anything. Food services has needed a new freezer for 7 years. That's like a classroom needing a teacher and just using the sub for the entirety of the year. The district is getting millions of dollars in COVID relief funds, and none of it has gone to food services. Legally, food services cannot spend any child nutrition funds on a new building, so the first step has to be taken by the district. Just yesterday, a shipment was supposed to come in, and only about 25% of it was able to be shipped due to shortage of storage space. The lease for the current building is up within 4 years. If the district built a building within this year, it would continue the rest of their contract while also moving in and making preparations to work with the building. The students at my school would benefit greatly from halal meat, and in order for this to happen, it all circles back to the new commissary building for food services. I believe that with a bit of work, this could not only benefit my school, but schools all over the BPS district, as well as the students. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Stasio. Colleen Dove, or Dove, I don't know how it's, parent bus aid situation. Colleen, the floor is yours. It's Dove. Thank you.
Good afternoon, evening, whatever it is, to the board. I honor you. And I also wanted to say, these African American men, gentlemen, who are sitting over here, I am so proud of them. I don't know all of them, but just to see African American men together is a wonderful thing. The other thing that I wanted to say was about Dr. Williams. When I was president of the District Parent Coordinating Council of the Buffalo Public Schools, and myself and Samuel Radford, we met with Dr. Williams quite a bit. And one thing Dr. Williams said to me, and you're not gonna like this, he said, The Buffalo Public School District is not designed to educate African American children. With that said, I'm only here today because I'm appalled at the fact that the children do not have bus aids. I worked for the board for 33 years. 33 years of my life, and I'm appalled. And I know that a lady called me on the phone, a very nice lady, and she said that there were some things in place. There were some different things they were going to do. They were going to start the people filling out the applications, and someone's going to help them, because I said a lot of people they're afraid of applications, so they're going to need help. And she said they're going to have that. And that's wonderful. But can we do something like right now? Because when you fill out an application, you know you have to look at this and that and the other, and maybe they have to take a drug test, I don't know. But the children need help now. So please, get on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stowe, for your service and for your comments. Dawn Simano, teacher, regarding COVID restrictions. Ms. Simano, the floor is yours.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Dawn Simano. I teach high school math here in the district. I'm sure you're all aware of the vast amount of parents pulling their children from public schools across the nation. What you might not be aware of is why. It's certainly not due to COVID fear, but due to the tremendous overreach of our government on several levels. But for this meeting, we'll stick to COVID. Masks not only don't work, but they cause harm. In May 2020, the CDC released a study stating we found no significant reduction in influenza transmission with the use of face masks. Yet the CDC still pushes the mask because this clearly isn't about science. While they serve no level of protection, science studies show that masks lower oxygen levels, raise carbon dioxide, affect respiratory physiology, collect and colonize bacteria, reduce the ability to think critically, are dangerous for those with respiratory issues, and a major threat to child's development due to anxiety, sleep problems, and fear of germs. In fact, the CDC found that mental health-related emergency room visits increased 31% in 2020 for children between the ages of 12 and 17, just from March to October. Director Robert Radford of the CDC stated, "We're seeing, sadly, far greater suicides than we are deaths from COVID." And that was only 4 months into this unnecessary, fear-pushing mandates. The shot that's being pushed is not a vaccine. Moderna and Pfizer both state that the mRNA is considered a gene therapy product by the FDA. This emergency use gene therapy requires informed consent, meaning individuals should be informed of consequences and alternatives to taking. This is not being done. To date, CDC virus data shows a total of 875,000 adverse events, including over 18,000 deaths and almost 92,000 hospitalizations. Why, when there's 99% recovery for children? As if all this weren't bad enough, all this resulting trauma has been based on invalid data. Upon request on June 7, 2021, the CDC confirmed again in writing that they do not have any record showing that they've ever isolated or purified the virus that allegedly caused the disease called COVID-19. This has been proven in several courts around the world as well, meaning no data can be attributed to the virus. In addition, the PCR test is severely compromised. Carrie Mullis, a Nobel Peace Prize winner and inventor of the PCR test, had declared that this test should not be used as a diagnostic tool because it is extremely unreliable and it results in mostly false positives. Considering the subjective surveillance of COVID, why should we trust that continued extensions of unwarranted mitigations won't be prolonged indefinitely when global testing by design will continue to unreliably produce more cases, thereby amplifying the positivity rate that perpetuates the extension? We cannot allow this to continue. To continue in this manner with mass testing, pushing the shot with invalid data is most certainly against any mission statement or goals of any school district. I implore you to take a stand against the continuation of driving by fear and rescind all restrictions. This is the largest educational moment in history, an opportunity for students to witness a live demonstration of Civics 101 in response to the massive overreach of the government in violation of our Constitution and civil rights. What better way to tell our students? It has been said...
You're over your time, Ms. Simano. I appreciate it.
Okay, can I just say one more sentence?
Sure, one more thing.
All right. It has been said, to whom much is given and much is required, and this board has been given a tremendous privilege of representing our students. With that comes a tremendous responsibility as well. And I thank you for taking that on.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Simano. Move Fields, concerned citizen and parent, Achievement Michigan. Mr. Fields, the floor is yours.
Blessed Lord, to everybody. I appreciate the opening with the Native American brother. I hope that it's more than just a token, that there's some real education going on, and that truth needs to be told in this time, that people can get beyond propaganda. Putting students and families first to ensure high academic achievement for all. That's the mission statement of the Board of Education. When you have a mission statement, it's like a roadmap and like a GPS. When you're on a path, you're supposedly going to get there eventually. When you aren't getting there, there needs to be recalculation. When you say all, that means 100%. If you're above 50%, then you may be on the right path. If you're below 50%, you're definitely not on the right path. When we don't have high academic achievement, we need to define that. When students, more than 50%, cannot read, write, and do math on or above grade level, you're not on the right path. And there needs to be some recalculation. The wisdom or the degree or level of busing that we have in this city, I think, needs to be re-examined. I don't know why we're busing so many students when we can't even bus them properly. The idea of hundreds of students waiting on the bus is unacceptable. The idea of one student waiting on a bus to go to school that doesn't get there is unacceptable. I really question the mission statement, whether we need to, I don't know how long that mission statement's been there. I know we haven't achieved it. I don't know if there's any real method or mission to achieve it, or whether we just have a good sounding mission statement so that we can have a token that we're really trying to achieve high academic achievement for all. I think that this system here doesn't understand what all means. It definitely doesn't understand what all means, and I can't understand how you can accept as acceptable students not reading, writing, and doing math on or above grade level. If the students are not reading, writing, and doing math on or above grade level, they're failing. You are failing the students if you are not demanding that they do reading, writing, and math on or above grade level. And I also appreciate the president's talking about things being civil and courteous, but I wonder if anything's ever been done when the superintendent was very uncivil and uncourteous toward a board member. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Fields. Next up, we have Pastor Wayne Gillison, parent and concerned citizen, safety of our children and transportation.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say thank you to the board members who have been dialogue with us in an attempt to solve some of the issues that are plaguing our school system. I pray that others will join me. There's a part of me that finds it difficult to understand why it is necessary to be here this evening to fight for our children to have an effective education. It is not because they do not have school buildings. It's not because they do not have a superintendent or an administrator. It's not because they do not have teachers, nor is it because we do not have a school board. They have all of these. And it is because we do not have, it's not because we do not have the money, because the truth of the matter is we have more money than we've ever had in our history. I'm here in this room tonight with fathers and grandfathers and uncles and brothers to first say thank you to those who have been in this fight for our children for a long time. I'm also here as a great-grandfather and a pastor to ask a few questions. Why are we all, why with all of the resources that are available to the school system, that our children cannot read, write, or do math on grade level, nor are they college or career ready? Why is the school system referred to as the pipeline to prison and not the pipeline to prosperity? Why is it that when we are calculating the number of prisons that will be needed in the future, that the inability of our children to read, write, or do math on grade level is part of the equation? It would seem like, even if you do not have a PhD, that the time to fix the problem is the moment you find it. In this case, the problem is discovered in the 3rd or 4th grade. Why is it that the majority of our children who graduate from high school and go to college suddenly find out that because they cannot even start their college courses, praise God, because they need to take remedial courses to learn that which they should have learned in the school system that they graduated from. Now for the child that is a young adult, and let me just, for the sake of time, brethren, would you stand up tonight? Amen. And there will be other speakers who will be coming forth this evening, and you may hear the frustration of many of us due to the response or the lack thereof of the many attempts to work with the school system. So I'm asking that you not look at us as adversaries, but as concerned fathers, grandfathers, uncles, brothers, great-grandfathers, standing alongside of our women who are being driven by the concern for the future of our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Gilson, for your words. Next up, we have Mr. Ed Spidell, parent and concerned citizen regarding concerns.
So, I called the board to ask to speak, and I'm asked multiple questions. Name, address, phone number, if I'm a parent, a guardian, concerned citizen. What reason do you want to give for speaking? I go, it's personal. Well, you can't say personal. You have to give a reason. Oh, I do? Where is that written? So I say, all right, here's my reason. I want to talk about the color blue. Because I don't want to get the nice woman who answered the phone in trouble. I give her a reason. 3 phone calls later, and I'm not allowed to have my topic be color blue. I'm told I have to have concerned citizen. It's none of your business what I want to say until I stand in front of you. It's a public meeting. We're allowed to come. If I want to preach for 3 minutes, I can preach. I can do whatever I want for my 3 minutes here as long as it's not violent or threatening. So every single time we speak, somebody makes a phone call telling us, what can we do to help you? Don't you think that we've tried to get help? We're at our last point, that's why we're here. It came to my attention a little over a day ago that a student at one of our high schools was pulled out of her classroom, taken to the principal's office, and bullied and they attempted to intimidate her not to speak her in to speak tonight. We can't stand for that. It shouldn't be allowed. Everybody, no matter what their reason is, has the right to come here and speak. If the woman wants to talk about vaccines, everybody has to respect her opinion. It's her opinion. You know, I have a special needs kid that hasn't been in school in over 20 months. A policy that somebody wants to have, no, you're in a red zone, you can't wear a mask. Well, it's my responsibility to protect my child, not yours. Your responsibility to educate. My question today is, who in this room wrote a letter or called the governor asking her to adjust the rule for special needs kids so they can attend school? My son loves school. He deserves to be in school. He's had no real gym for 20 months. No real art class for 20 months. No real music class for 20 months. He hasn't seen his teacher in person in 20 months. Very little OT, PT, or speech. It's unconscionable that we let these children suffer. My son deserves to be in school just like every kid who can wear a mask. How come we can't figure that out? We never figure anything out here. One last thing, I got a couple seconds. Modified sports was canceled for the fall season. If that's true, why didn't we have, or winter season, why didn't we have some forums and some discussions on how we could work around that? I was told it's a transportation issue. Well, let's have some conversations. Children should be allowed to play sports, and if we can't transport them to different buildings, let them play against their other classmates in their buildings, form 2 or 3 teams, and let them have a tournament in their own building. There's solutions, but nobody wants to allow us to help with the solutions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spital, for your comments. Bishop Frederick Gelsey Sr., concerned citizen regarding homicide.
Good evening. My name is Bishop Frederick Gelsey Sr. I'm the lead pastor of One in Christ Temple in Buffalo, New York. I have a doctorate degree in Christian psychology from Jacksonville Theological Seminary in Jacksonville, Florida. I am the CEO of a program in Community Solution Foundation. We find solutions to problems in the community. One of the problems that we have in Buffalo, New York is homicides. We believe that homicide is a learned behavior. We educate about homicides to prevent homicides. Many of our youth are being programmed or brainwashed to be perpetrators of homicide. It starts at an early age. In the inner cities of America, we have a homicidal culture that has been developed. That comes from what they listen to and the games that they play. Games like Fortnite, Call of Duty, and Grand Theft, to name a few. And they start as early as 3, 4 years old and up. And they listen to drill music. Write that down. You need to type it in, find out what it is. It's homicidal music. Music like YNW Melly song. I got murder on my mind. I got murder on my mind. They listen to that all day long. And the newest song out, Get It Back in Blood. What do you mean, get it back in blood? You do something to me, we're going to get it back in blood. That's what's going on out there. They're getting it back in blood. They're being educated unknowingly at a young age to be cold-blooded killers. Unknowingly. Ralph Waldo Emerson, he says a man is what he thinks about all day long. Marcus Aurelius, he says, a man's life is what his thoughts make it. Norman Vincent Peale, he says, change your thoughts and you can change your world. We need to change the mindset of a generation, starting at the age 5 years old and up. We can change this homicidal culture in the inner city of Buffalo. My son got murdered in 2011. Here it is, 2021. It's still 61 homicides thus far. Why do we have the pipeline from school to prison? We can change this if we acknowledge one of the problems is this culture that they're living in, and they need to be educated about it. I'm in the prisons. I go to prison three times a month. First Sunday, second Sunday, third Sunday. I got 80, 90 young men sitting in my service. 80, 90. The superintendent just called me the other day. Said, you're getting too crowded. We'll have 2 services. Because they are tired of being in prison and they want out. But the culture is messed up. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bishop Gelson. Next up, we have Victoria Scher, a parent, regarding bullying. Ms. Scher, the floor is yours.
Thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm coming to you as a concerned parent over my child who's been bullied by the same student a countless amount of times over the last year. The student goes out of his way to harass my daughter. He also constantly disrupts the class and even sometimes tries to kiss and lay his hands on other students. Last year, he picked up my daughter and slammed her to the ground. I've had countless conversations and meetings with the staff, and I don't feel like our issues are being resolved. Several times I've had to pick my daughter up from school because this boy has got her so upset she was crying, hyperventilating, and couldn't even continue her day. After one incident, I called the school to ensure that the boy would have a consequence for his actions. They told me he was suspended, but when she arrived to school the next day, he was there. My daughter has seen him interact with multiple students this way, and anytime she tries to advocate for herself or for her classmates, she's questioned and feels like no one believes her. When I confront the staff, they just say things like, oh, I didn't see anything. Oh, I haven't heard anything from the teachers. Oh, or there's no report of this. Then their solution to me was, just ignore him. My daughter doesn't feel like she can talk to any of the staff at the school, and even if she does, she feels like no one helps her or believes her. It says in their policies that bullying and harassment won't be tolerated, but I'm here to tell you that South Park High School tolerates it, completely ignores it, and allows it to continue. Ignoring bullies doesn't stop bullies. Ignoring bullies doesn't help the victim. Sometimes we need to do something to ensure the safety of the students, including my daughter. My child should feel like when she goes to her educators, they believe her and have her back. There also needs to be better plans in place for students to be able to get away from their bullies. My daughter is in a 15-to-1 class and was told that she cannot transfer because there is not enough 15-to-1 classes in Buffalo. So now she can't even get away from him. So what is she supposed to do, and what am I supposed to do as her mother who sends her to the school knowing she's being mistreated and no one is helping her? The principal reached out to me today only after I emailed him telling him I was coming here. And it was in an attempt to hush me, I could tell. So I'm just here seeking help because I don't believe that advice we should be giving to our students is just ignore the bully. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Scher. Next up, we have Michael Badger, concerned citizen and grandparent regarding the best interest of our children.
Good evening. Unfortunately, since the last school board meeting, do I go on? Okay. Unfortunately, that's really distracting.
Reclaim the time.
I said, oh, please. Okay. Unfortunately, since the last school board meeting, a young man was hit by a truck and lost his life on his 13th birthday. Reports say that the boy's mother tried to get the young man to be bused home, but the school was non-responsive. While this accident is not a busing issue according to the district's policy, the lack of action on behalf of the district concerning this bus crisis and the safety of our children is a serious problem. At the last school board meeting, the head of transportation for the district shared that this ongoing bus problem would get worse before it gets better, and that this will be a problem for the foreseeable future. The superintendent as well as the school board have known for several years that this busing issue existed. Yet here we are, 3 months into the school year with no resolution. The lack of response from the superintendent and the school board leaves this district in a vulnerable position of possibly being civilly or criminally negligent. You have been given several recommendations from the urban think tank, which have all been ignored. But we have yet to see a viable plan from the school district to ensure the safety of our children. This is unacceptable. We expect immediate action to resolve this issue. I just want to say this in closing because it was said that the urban think tank was just a few loudmouths. And I'd like the loudmouths to stand up
and represent the community today. These men are here because the Urban Think Tank encouraged them to come. So these are the 3,000 that represent our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Badger, for your comments. Next up, we have Nathan Hare, a concerned citizen regarding the bus driver shortage. Mr. Hare, the floor is yours.
Well, greetings. Thank you, Superintendent Cash, President Petrucci, all the esteemed members of our Buffalo Board of Education, and to all you men. I thank you all for coming out and answering that call. Thank you so much. I'm a retired executive administrator who cares about the students in the Buffalo School District. I'm here today to address the issue of children being picked up late, returned home late, in both of those situations, or not getting service at all. Your own Buffalo School District website for transportation states, and I quote, "The school bus ride is the foundation of the day, where we create the best start and finish to the school day for students and families." Well, I'm concerned because this issue precedes the COVID-19 pandemic. A shortage of school bus drivers has been identified in this district at least since 2018. We've known about this for a very long time. Many drivers, school bus drivers, are semi-retired older people who are retiring at a faster rate than previously. The COVID situation rapidly increased the problem as many in the older driver group retired earlier than they had planned, or they got sick, some got sick and well, mortally. Reports indicate that anywhere from 250 to 500 students are not receiving mandated transportation service at all, and as many as 2,000 are not receiving on-time pickup or return to their homes. My concern is what appears to be a lack of urgency in the district's response to this incredibly important issue. According to one Buffalo News report, the Buffalo School District had to combine school bus routes, reducing from 667 routes to 515 routes so they could transport the students using 150 fewer drivers. Essentially, the district lost 22% of its bus driver workforce during the current school year, or for the current school year. There are solutions that revolve around working with the school bus contractor first student to make the job of being a school bus driver more attractive and systemically reducing the number of children needing to be bused. Here are just a few actions the district can take right now or in the near future under its existing authority. First, you can continue to work with the First Student Organization to increase the pay and even give bonuses to attract bus driver candidates. Second, you can work through the local state legislators to get the Motor Vehicles Department to issue CDL licenses more quickly so that people can actually work as bus drivers. You can reduce the number of children needing to be bused by 23% or more so that the bus driver force would match the need for school bus drivers. Incentivize parents to transport their own children by car and bus. Assign children to schools nearest to their residence, with parents having the option to apply to a different school based on space availability if they want to go to a different school, and permit those students who learn well in the remote learning program to continue under the district's academic supervision. I think that's just my main point, that we can solve the problem. It's within our ability to solve the problem. We just have to want to do it. And that want to do it is what we need to see. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chandra Guthrie, parent, concern at school. Ms. Guthrie, the floor is yours.
I'm here today because on November 1st, which was the Monday, my child had notified me that he was physically assaulted by a teacher. I also notified school staff that, and they also said they were going to look into it, and that they did found it on the tape. During the week, it's been literally 2 weeks and 3 days now, if I'm not mistaken. So I had I've been getting in contact with the school. They finally gave me the incident report number at least like 4 or 5 days after the fact. So once I was able to take it to the police station, come to find out there was nothing ever filed. So I've been asking the request because I don't know the process or how to go about it. So I've been trying to get in contact with them to figure out how do I go about it, and still haven't gotten nowhere. So I was able to reach out to a parent advocate that had wronged me along this part to where I could be able to talk about it and figure out what to do next. Yesterday, I talked to a lady named Miss Cedric, and she told me she was going to be able to give me a copy of the police report that I still have not yet seen it. I don't even know if the teachers from the school was going on or anything, and I really don't want to take my son out of that school because he excels well in math. He actually had the highest score in his class, and he also stayed in 8th grade. So I'm not trying to take him out of there. It's just, I don't know what's going on. I don't even know if a police report is really filed. I don't know if the teacher is still in the school. I don't know anything that's going on, and all I've been really wanting is just some help to figure out why would a teacher feel okay to even put their hand on a kid that ain't do nothing. Because from what I'm understanding on the tape, my son ain't do nothing. He was playing around in the line. So for a teacher to handle my kid, I don't even understand how she handled him because they won't allow me to see the video. So I don't know how she did it, what type of force she had, but I just know my son came home complaining to me about it. So I'm just trying to figure out what do I do, how do I go about it, and what's the next step? Because going to the police station, I'm not getting over. They even told me, an officer told me that in the school book, in the handbook, that is in there saying that the teacher has a right to put their hand on the child. That is absolutely wrong. No matter what's the situation, and at the school my kids attend to, I'm a parent that's very alert and aware. On my spare days, I go into the school. I sit in my kids' class. I conversate with the teacher, so I'm not understanding why I can't get no information. So what's going on? I feel like I'm left out in the dirt. And then I still got to send my son to this school and don't know what's going on. I don't know if that teacher's still there. I don't know, if anything is going on. I don't know anything right now. And it's very frustrating because I want to go to work, but I don't feel comfortable just leaving my son anywhere. So I came here today to just try to get some clarity and some help on the situation.
Thank you, Ms. Radford. Christopher Ricci, teacher, employee sign-in process. Mr. Ricci, the floor is yours.
Good evening. Chris Rickey, I teach at Radford High School. I want to talk about a concern that myself and many of my colleagues across the district have pertaining to the requirement that all teachers at some point in the day punch in to M Center. Just want to go over, it's our opinion, and we don't believe we should have to do this. One of the reasons why is no other district in Western New York requires that. Again, we are professionals. Part 7 of the education bargain says we're going to create a new relationship with our teachers which recognizes them as professionals. Again, professionals generally don't clock in when they get to work. Third reason is we have a system called ASAP. So if we are going to miss a day, we put our day in there and have a sub-cover. The fourth reason is because, to be honest with you, you can punch into the system at any time. 10:30 at night, it makes no difference. We're not on per hour pay, we're on salary. So I just think it's something that is completely unnecessary, and it's just really one more thing that we got to think about during the day that takes us away from our primary responsibility, which is the kids' education. I just want to let you guys know. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ricci. Next up, we have Jane Hill, a student who wishes to speak about cultural sensitivity and awareness. Ms. Hill, the floor is yours.
Young Scam. First, I'd like to acknowledge the family of Marvel Yanders and would like to send my condolences to the family during this hard time. Today, I've come to the board to express my concerns about cultural sensitivity in schools and trying to spread awareness on students' cultural beliefs. Within the first few days of this school year, I was told I had to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance because a teacher stated that this was a district-wide rule. I went to my admin staff about the situation, and the admin team and this teacher continued to disrespect my belief.
Jade, if you'd like, if you feel comfortable, you can take your mask down. Okay.
I think it's important, if not already, to possibly have teachers who are more culturally sensitive. In my experience, I felt my beliefs were ignored and put down. This made me feel as if I can't bring what I believe in into my high school. It made me feel like I was pushed to act a certain way or what the norm was. As an Indigenous student who attended BPS schools my whole life, I feel like there needs to be a change. We need to feel represented in the context of our real history, our land, learning how school staff can be sensitive and respectful of our cultural beliefs. I want something different for the younger generations coming into a place where they are marginalized, because that sure is how I feel. I want my children and even my younger siblings to feel they have support from teachers, admin, and staff. I don't want them feeling how I feel, feeling like they can't go to any staff because of past experience where my cultural beliefs were put aside. Putting us Indigenous people under the rug and taking us back out when it's beneficial for you, it's tiring. It's time to try and get some engagement for us students. I attended School 19 from pre-K to 8th grade, and all my time there, I felt teacher engagement and awareness of my culture. I felt represented by my cultural resource specialist and my own teachers. I felt like I was visible. And now, all that has gone away. I think speaking for all Indigenous students in the district, we feel invisible. You're able to understand from an outside perspective, but not an inside perspective. In conclusion, I want to ask you all as the board to give support in this matter and be mindful of future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hilton. Next up, we have Deshaun Baldwin, concerned citizen regarding communication and advocacy. Mr. Baldwin.
Hello. Good evening. Blessings and peace to everyone tonight. I'm happy to be here. I want to start off by saying that I appreciate everyone's hard work that they have been doing. The last time that I was here, I had spoken. We had a concern that was here with the Buffalo transportation, and I'm on the actual task force for that. And I've seen how hard everyone has been working to address and get to a solution for that. So I'm going to let you guys know and start off by saying that I am a parent advocate, and parents call with concerns that they have when they have difficulty, I guess, feeling like they're being heard from the individuals or administration at their children's schools. With me doing this work, I have discovered that communication between parents and faculty is not often clear. Parents have been telling to me that they feel like they're not, informed of their rights. I'm noticing that they're having issues with their rights. They're being denied to rights. So, like, if they call and I reflect them to what's happening with the bylaws, the code of conduct, and they have conversations via phone. And parents are saying that, principals are talking down to them disrespecting them, calling them liars and names, and it's just a lot going on with different schools, not one school, but different schools and multiple schools. So what I do is, I make sure that, I advocate and tell parents to put the process down in writing, and I look up, who the proper channel is, which most of you guys probably have received some letters from me, or emails from me through the board recently. But I basically make sure that parents understand the process of making sure they communicate so that way they can get the assistance that they need through the school system. However, it's discouraging because it has to go that far, and I really don't think that it should, and that it has to, as a parent advocate. And a lot of these parents really just want to have a proper communication with the individuals that are in the school districts. So, with looking at the information, even on the parent, Buffalo Public School website, when you go to be able to find the principal's email address, these are some challenges that parents are having, because when you go to the page and you see it, the email address isn't listed underneath, and when you click on the principal's name, it's not there. So the website isn't parent friendly. They leave me multiple messages and phone calls, and then I get the phone calls back in a timely fashion. So basically we're finding that parents really are not being communicated with properly. And let me see what else I just want to say, because as an advocate for parents, I just basically want to make sure that their concerns are being addressed, and I want to be able to work with you guys to be able to make sure that you guys are aware of it. I have a great amount of parents that are calling in on a regular basis, and then I'm trying to help them advocate so that way they get the proper channels for people to be able to listen to them effectively. To give an example, I recently today, the latest call, I had a mom who reached out. Her son had got help after school coming home by a gun, and I guess they have a school suspension, suspension policy, phone policy, saying that they can't have their phones with them in the school. They're getting shut down at Emerson High School for some reason, randomly, according to mom. And he's finding since he didn't have his phone out, checking to see if they got a phone in their pocket. And if they got a phone in their pocket, they're getting detention or suspended for it, and their phone is being removed. So this is the practice that mom is telling me is happening at Emerson High School. She tells the principal that, in a nutshell that, basically time is happening. So to be honest, or just to speed it up, child today got a phone call from principal telling her that her kid cannot come into school. She's a liar, and that didn't happen. She has a whole police report in the incident showing that this happened. She's concerned for school, her child's safety. So really, in a nutshell, I would like to be able to make sure that I'm informing you guys of what's happening, so that we can figure out how to be able to make sure that we can bridge the gap on the communications that is taking place with school administration, staff, and parents. So,
Thank you, Ms. Ball.
Yeah, thank you. I'm sorry, I feel nervous sometimes when talking up here. But thank you guys for listening, and you have your
Next up, we have Mr. Samuel Radford, Buffalo Equity Coalition, regarding safety and accountability. Mr. Radford,
good evening, board members. First of all, I want to give my condolences to Dr. Williams. He was a great partner to parents when he was here, and also condolences to the family who lost their child. It's nothing worse than to send a child home to school and never make it back home. So I want to give my condolences to that family. If I could ask all the brothers to stand for a minute, I'm glad to understand because I want to communicate that we are here to partner. We didn't just get here either. We've been here. And when we've been here, partnering with this district. And we have a crisis going on when it comes to our children. And we have a crisis that has to be solved. We know we have not done everything to solve the problem because nobody partnered with, and nobody asked to partner with us. We're here to help. Nobody asked us how to be part of a solution. We ain't the only school district in this country who have a bus driver shortage. We ain't the only school district in this region that have a bus driver shortage. But everybody didn't have their children stuck on the corners, not getting picked up. We had that because we didn't do everything in our power to prevent it.
We're here to stand behind those board members who stood up and are fighting for our children. We making it clear that we're going to stand with them, and we want a solution. We don't want an explanation about what can't be done. We've heard all the explanations about what you can't do. We made recommendations on what could be done. We made a recommendation to contract with parents. And well, we're gonna wait to see if the data's out on that. You know what I'm saying? We heard at the last meeting, there's a $15 million surplus. And we won't contract with parents? You're probably paying staff mileage going back and forth. We won't contract with the parents to bring their children? That's unacceptable that we don't use the solutions that are right before us. Why don't we have a remote option for our children? We just spent a whole year and a half learning how to do that. Why can't we just offer a remote option for our children? It's not a complicated ask. It's a really relatively simple ask. You see, so the point is, at least give us the courtesy to respond. We didn't get up here and just talk to you emotionally. We put it in writing, like responsible people. This is responsible people we talk about here. We put something in writing, and we got no response. Not even the courtesy of a response. I want to be clear, we here to partner. These are our children. Our children. Let's keep this clear. Our children, and we ain't going nowhere. We're going to be right here. And we're fighting for our children. We asked the board members, do we need 5 votes to move forward on our recommendations, or at least the courtesy of a written response on why we can't do it? Other than that, partner with us. We're here to help for our children. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your words, Mr. Radford. Next up, we have Miles Grisham, concerned citizen regarding busing. Mr. Grisham, the floor is yours.
Reverend Gelsey, I wanted to respond to you, so if you stay, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Superintendent, members of the school board, fellow citizens, good evening. My name is Miles Grisham. I am here to speak about the busing shortage, and I understand that Dr. Cash has an announcement, and I hope that will make what I'm going to say redundant, but I don't know. Before I do, I just want to address the sister who spoke about the Pledge of Allegiance. As an attorney, I'm sworn oath to uphold the Constitution. I hope that you all know that students who are boards do not stop at the schoolhouse door, and I hope that the sister gets the support that she needs. I spent most of my time practicing criminal law, and a lot of my clients were young people of color, and most of those did not do well in the school system and did not have a lot of community support. And the students who are getting left behind by this busing shortage are the ones whose parents are at work, the ones who don't have other people to take them to school. They're the ones who need those buses the most, and those are our most vulnerable kids. I don't have kids yet, but I have nieces and nephews, and I can tell you that kids that are prevented from engaging with our educational system are almost inevitably forced to engage with our criminal justice system later. I know some of you, I know of the rest of you, I know that none of you here want to see that. So I would just implore you to act creatively and expeditiously to solve that problem so that we don't have more kids caught up in need. So that's all.
Thank you very much, Mr. Grisham. Our last speaker of the evening is Wendy Mistretta, parent, and the DPCC update. Ms. Mistretta.
Good evening. It really is an impossible task to be last tonight. First, I want to honor the fact that there are 3 past presidents of the DPCC here tonight. And I humbly stand here on their shoulders, having learned immeasurable amounts from adamantly that every single voice matters, every single one. And I know everyone here tonight has one thing in common. They all want to be heard. And so I hope we're truly hearing with open ears what they're saying. Because it is November and a week from Thanksgiving, I did want to take a moment to express my thanks. There are several things to be thankful for. There are pockets of amazing work being done throughout this district, throughout the city, throughout our community, throughout our homes. And first of all, I want to be thankful that DPCC was able to reconvene this year in person. We have now been able to add a hybrid option thanks to a talented parent. I am thankful to the staff that joins us each month and the board members, Lou Petrucci, Sharon Belton-Compton, and Paulette Woods, who have joined us thus far, and everyone else is welcome to anytime. Our next meeting is December 14th. I am grateful as we work through our priorities that we established early on in the year, that we are working on a partnership with the BTF to strengthen the parent-teacher partnership. I am thankful that as we work to improve shared decision-making and the work that is done to the District Committee of Stakeholders, that I've been working with Dr. Crestes. We had a meeting and we're working on some suggestions to improve that. I am thankful for the Office of Parent and Family Engagement most of all, who has worked very hard. Our first challenge this year was bringing back our leadership because we really lost a lot of people. Sadly, we only have 18 forms back. And I just want to remind people that the responsibility of schools to convene parent groups to elect and select their leadership is in 2 district plans. It is in policy 3170 on page 5 and on page 9. And it's also in the district plan for school-based planning and shared decision-making on page 3. So I implore everyone to please help us fulfill that policy. That's where we get the parents engaged in one way. And we need their voices. The more voices that we have in the schools, the more voices we have in the decisions making, the fewer voices we have here of people upset with what's going on in our district. So I really hope that you will continue to work with us, that we'll expand the partnership. And as I said, I just appreciate everyone who's here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Strode. Next, we're going to have the superintendent's update and the response to the speakers from the superintendent. Dr. Cash, the floor is yours.
Thank you, board member and President Susan. Colleagues, certainly will talk a little more under my update about some of these items, but I think for tonight, given some of the concerns that have been raised, I'd like to address as many of these as I can right here, and then of course we'll group them later in the update. I have staff prepared to give updates on these important matters. Sophia Stasio, the student who spoke about food services, Dr. Caresi, perhaps did you follow the student out and find out more about her concerns? I couldn't quite hear all of it. I think I'm not sure if she was complaining about the food or whether there should be more options and variety, because we did start the halal food options. I thought those are excellent. And then she also, I thought, was talking about the facilities that need to be upgraded, and we've been talking about that. Is that the gist of what she was talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So you'll follow up with that student. Certainly that's been a priority for a long time. And I think the food service department does an excellent job, and we can continue to add options to the menu services for the tremendous culture that we have here. I'd like to say at the outset that I too am glad to see all of the people that are here. You have a Native American representation here. You have the people who are very articulate and vocal about the COVID-19 multi-layer approaches that we're taking to try to keep the disease out of the schools. Thank you for being here. Group right here, we appreciate you. Certainly it's always good to see African American men come out. I appreciate you being here, and we have a lot of work to do. We need more of you. to be in the work with us. So we really do appreciate you. Of course, staff is here, and all of the other people that are here. Welcome, and we appreciate your comments. We really do. We want to be the best school system in America. Public, private, suburban, other. We want to be that. And the reason we want to be that is because then our children will have hit the mark on some of the things that you're talking about. We want all our children to succeed, but we do know that we have to partner with our parents, and that's why we talk about a bargain, and it's a two-way equation. We do what we got to do, and we commit to that, and then we want you to help me and help us make sure that parents do what they need to do, what they're supposed to do in order for their children to succeed. And if everybody does what they're supposed to do, as my grandmother used to say, if you sweep in front of your own doorstep first, then the whole neighborhood will be clean. See? The whole neighborhood will be clean. So that's the approach I take, and I'm looking forward to partnering with more of you. And I'll tell you in a moment about a meeting I had this afternoon with some pastors. All right, Don Samano, again, I appreciate your comments, and we hear you. Don't necessarily agree with you, but we hear you. Kamal Fields, thank you for continuing to push on us and help us achieve the mission that we have had for many, many years. And of course, it's unrealized. This is work that we know will never be done completely, but we do appreciate you continuing to pressure us to try to get it there. Pastor William Gillison, it's always a pleasure to see you. Thank you for your passionate voice on behalf of children and on behalf of the community. Certainly, we want to partner, but we have some specific asks as well. I don't particularly agree that everything is quite as gloom as it's portrayed there about all of our children. It's 31,000 children. Many are striving every day. The great majority are to learn. And what I will tell you is that students come to school every day. They work hard every day. They stay in school every day. Under the administration that you see before you now, with the culture and climate that we've created now, your child can get a good education. It's not a car wash. It's not Delta Sonic. You got to put in the work. So we put in the work, do what you're supposed to do. We're going to do what we're supposed to do. And then we'll keep trying to meet in the middle, keep meeting in the middle, and get our children through and into a successful life. Edward Spidell, we always appreciate you and your comments. I have not heard this issue about modified sports being canceled. I know we have a challenge, I think, with the buses, but you may have to fill me in, because it's not my intent to cancel modified sports. I think that there could be some options where if it's right there in the school, when we do a sort of intramural modified sport, I think that's a good idea, and I'd like to see us proceed with that. So I will talk to our acting athletic director and make sure that happens this year. So thank you for bringing that to our attention. And then certainly the concerns you raised about a child with special needs who absolutely needs to be and wants to be with his teachers, we want her or him to be there as well. So I'm trying to work through that. And I don't want kids to be out of school, but I also don't want it to be, well, you just don't have to wear a mask. What I'd like to see is a little compromise where I'm going to get my child vaccinated, and then I'm also then going to bring the school, and then we can see what we can do with shields and so forth, because some of the schools have very, very fragile student populations, and we really don't want to see a student get sick and help, not let other students get sick. We're in a very high red zone in our public schools right now with this COVID-19. With Bishop Frederick Gelsey, it's good to see you again. It's been a long time. I've always appreciated your articulated concern about homicide, and that it's a learned, your theory of action, that it's a learned behavior, and that it can be unlearned and it can be redirected. And I also believe 200%, because I've seen it, I lived it, I know it, that what goes in here affects your thinking, and it definitely affects your behavior. And there's too many and too much violence and associated media that our young people are listening to. Not everybody, but too many. And then of course it ends up being the perpetrators of these incidents, high, serious, violent incidents that we're seeing among too many of our young people. Again, not all, but a good chunk of our young people. And it's because of the music, it's because of the media, it's because of the social media, it's because of the Xbox games and all of those violent games and on and on. So that's where we need help. See, that can't be the school completely doing that. So help us with that and monitor the children around that. And I do want to see your program in there. And I had a good meeting with Pastor James Giles, Pastor Kenneth Simmons, and Pastor Timothy Newkirk today. And he said he got you. So I don't know what James Giles meant about that, but he said he got you. And what that meant is we work on a broad quilt of programs that we're going to partner with the community on. And we're going to talk about that in just a moment. But you may have to be a little flexible, because you know you like to have that audience, and I may not be able to do it that way, but I can maybe do it this way. See? So just want you to stay tuned for that, and you get into this proposal, this broad, substantive proposal, comprehensive proposal that I've asked these three pastors to draft over the next 2 weeks, and get it back to me. And then I'm going to bring it to the board for approval. And that's how we're going to work to get these young people sort of re-educated, reacclimated, get their mind reset to get back to school and have the discipline that it takes to be a true student and scholar again. And I think it's the community that has the best answers to that. But I don't want to have the fight about it. I want to get some good substantive ideas about it. That are actionable and that can work. And when I hear those, I know, because I've been in this is my field, and I've been in this for 45 years. And I know what can work, and what has good promise, and what probably won't work and be a good investment. And that's why we gotta have it. So this is now. This is a now. And so Pastor James Giles will reach out to you, and this is a 2-week timeline coming out of Thanksgiving break. I want to hit the ground running with this. Get this to the board on the December 15th board meeting. Okay? Thank you, sir. All right. Next is Victoria Shore. Very disturbing testimony there. I don't know the details, but I will have David Hill, if you could reach out and be a special liaison for that young lady and her daughter, I'd appreciate it. Okay? All right. Michael Badger, you know what, I gotta have a one-on-one conversation with you. That's the thing I want to do that. I'm just gonna talk to you one-on-one, man to man, okay? So I'm gonna call you tomorrow. We'll have that conversation. I think we gotta get to there. And then maybe we get to there, then we can go on, okay? So look for that call from me tomorrow. Nathan Hare, bus driver shortage. Okay, well, you know, we created a committee, transportation committee, the last meeting. We have 3 board members that were on it. We have some community members that were on it. They did not disrespect or not listen to those recommendations. They listened, and they had a meeting about them, and they talked about it. And some we're looking into further, and others, for a host of good reasons, they did not feel that it was going to work. Of course, the board members are here, Dr. Kathy Evans-Brown, Luke Petrucci, Paulette Woods, and you can certainly speak to that issue further on where we are there. Chandra Guthrie, that was again disturbing, ma'am. If you could just tell us the school, not here in public, but tell us the school, and if you could find out, and we'll follow up on that. We don't permit any teachers to lay their hands on students, but I just, we want to get the full and investigate that. And it may already have been investigated, because and we may already know about it and looked into it and are investigating it. I'm not sure, because every day we have a number of issues that we do it. But we're here to help you at least understand and get to the bottom of that serious situation with your son. Christopher Ricky, about employee punch-in. You know, I hear you, I do. Large school system. I'll just have Miss Warren, could you reach out to him and just talk to him a little bit, get his feedback, and then report to me in our next meeting, so that we can at least have had that dialogue. Jade Hill, I believe I remember you, young lady. Are you a twin? Yes, you're a beautiful twin. When I came to see you at School 19, and you taught me about the great turtle that was right there in the hallway. And you were so articulate, and I learned so much from you just in those few moments. It breaks my heart to know that you might not be feeling valued, or the culture is not as valued as you felt at 19. I think I heard you say you did have a good experience at 19. Was I correct in hearing that? Yeah. And so that has to continue throughout your school. That kind of support, that kind of respect and appreciation for your culture. So, Ms. Toya Wilson, could you reach out to this student, please, and help her, and then look into what we're doing. Because I know what we're trying to do in this area, but we can always do better. Please look and work with Jade on her concern. Deshaun Baldwin, I really appreciate your articulate conversation, and I'm going to give you a specific person to talk to. Where's Deshaun?
Right here.
Hey, there you are. Dr. Reynolds, Ramona Reynolds, could you stand up, please?
We spoke to that. She did talk to me today. I did talk to her.
But here's my point. Dr. Reynolds can then direct and show you where parents that are coming to you have a specific concern, who they need to talk to. And this staff is a direct contact staff. We're not someone who sends you on a wild goose chase with the answer. At least that's not the culture that I expect. So Dr. Williams, Dr. Reynolds, people like that will help these parents that you say are having frustration getting through to principals or to whatever. Just call Dr. Reynolds, and I guarantee you that we'll get your clients' issues addressed. Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Do you have her information?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And then Samuel Radford, again, appreciate you getting these young men here. I hope you didn't have to, well, anyway. Sam, I'm gonna call you tomorrow as well. I think I'm gonna have a one-on-one conversation with you. And I'm gonna do that, and then we're gonna see if we can get on from there. So that's tomorrow. All right, Miles Gresham, busing. Young man, I'm not sure what you were saying about busing other than, but try to solve it. I think that's what I heard. A couple of them.
We can do that.
I like that. Okay, thank you. And then Wendy Mistretta, Dr. Mistretta, I think you were saying that things are, what, in pretty good collaboration, partnership? Keep going? All right. Will always tells me he has a good working relationship with you, and then we're trying to solve specific issues. All right, colleagues, that's my response at that first level. Now I do want to just have a few in-depth points to make so that you can also begin to think about how you can help us. This first issue, Dr. Williams, if you would come to the mic, please, and Admir, if you would come and start with the one that says Student Support Services Update regarding COVID-19. And I have 3 slides there. And colleagues, this issue is significant right now in our community. Did not hear as much about that from you gentlemen. I would like to hear more, because that issue is really the one that's threatening too many of our babies right now. And we gotta get a partnership around vaccinations, around parent consent, around vaccinating our 5 to 11-year-olds and maybe helping with transportation and get kids to the clinics that we're setting up inside our schools. That would be a good thing for you to help us with. All right. Dr. Williams has 3 slides about COVID and how it's affecting our schools and our children. And we want to share that with you. And then we'll talk about some of the other issues. Violence will also be coming up and what we can do to mitigate and where we need to partner on that, because it is frankly a concern. Again, by no means all of our children, but we got 300 that's giving us our run for our money, and we need your help with those 300. And then of course we'll talk about transportation and really kind of where we are. I think we may be in a breakthrough modality on that issue, but let's hear from them. 3 slides, about 7 minutes for each of these 3 presentations. Thank you for listening, and if you could exit quietly and efficiently, we appreciate you. We appreciate you. Thank you.
Okay. Good evening, esteemed President Petrucci, board members, Superintendent Cash, colleagues, and the community. As a part of our superintendent's update this evening, I'm going to talk a little bit at a high level about COVID-19, how it is impacting Erie County residents, City of Buffalo residents, and our students and staff in the Buffalo Public Schools. And I heard one of our presenters sharing some opinions about masking, and while we certainly do respect and appreciate all opinions, it's important for me to share that in our district we have been closely following what the science is saying. We work very closely with a team of medical directors that is highly esteemed, highly qualified, scholars, practitioners, and so we follow the science, and we are taking this pandemic very, very serious. Some of the statistics that I'm going to share with you tonight are a bit startling. What we hear from our medical directors is that the spread of COVID-19 at a large rate is happening in the community, and then it's being brought into schools. And so the spread is not necessarily happening in the schools, but we have students and staff that are engaging with COVID-19, and it's coming into the schools. So at the county level, and this is as of the last 7 days, I believe as of last Friday, Erie County reported that there were approximately 400 cases, 374 to be exact, per 100,000 over the last 7 days prior to that. Now, it's important to note that at the state level, when an area has 100 cases per 100,000, that stipulates that area as a high transmittable rate of COVID spread. We saw 374 cases. So that's almost 4 times what's needed to be considered a rate of high transmission. The highest age range of persons getting COVID remains to be those folks who are 30 to 39 years old. 27% of all cases in Erie County as of last Friday were children under the age of 18 years old. Cases are beginning to trend upwards in younger children. So while that age bracket is highest for those who are 30 to 39 years old, young people who are below the age of 18, that rate is trending upwards. Hospitalizations are overwhelmingly in unvaccinated persons and ineligible children, meaning that at this point they probably are younger than age 5 years old, who may be living with unvaccinated siblings and adults. And the week that ended, November 13th, there were 3,568 new COVID cases in Erie County. That's a 37% increase from the week prior. Cases have increased by 105%. That's very, very high, and it means that the COVID virus is still very, very active in our community. Next slide, please. So I shared already that the CDC has set a threshold that whenever a community has more than 100 cases per 100,000, they're qualified as a community with high transmission, and we right now are there. To share a mortality rate, as of November 16th, there were 18 deaths in Erie County from COVID-19 in the 7 days prior to that. 33% of all new COVID cases in Erie County were within our city, the city of Buffalo. So when we talk about the city of Buffalo, what our medical director, Dennis Cole, shared with me today is that there are 2 zip codes that are still very, very high. And that is zip code 14212 and 14220. And I believe that those zip codes comprise of the Lovejoy area and South Buffalo. So when I move to our Buffalo Public School statistics, it's startling. To date, we have had 800 staff and students between September 3rd and yesterday who have been confirmed positive. We had 574 students, and we've had 226 staff, and that includes some of the partners or vendors who work in our schools, bus drivers, and even student teachers who are working within our schools. All of our 60 schools have reported at least 1 single case of COVID-19. But what our medical director team, again, that is made up of licensed pediatricians, we also have on our medical team nurse practitioners, we have our supplemental health partners, and what they share, because they engage with folks all throughout the city, throughout suburban communities, is that Buffalo Public Schools protocols are very, very strong. The key, though, is that we have to stay consistent in our implementation. We have the strictest protocols in the community, in the surrounding community. Next slide, please. So do we have challenges? Of course. When you hear the statistics that I shared with you, of course, there are challenges because the rate of spread that's happening in the community is aligned to the rate of spread that we're seeing within our schools. One of the challenges that we have is that we have got to get more consent for testing from our families. We need this. We need to do testing. It's a preventive measure. It helps to screen early onset, because what we know is that sometimes what's happening is that by the time, so when you hear the mortality rate, by the time folks go to the hospital or seek medical treatment, sometimes the disease has advanced. And so if we can do preventive testing, that's going to be huge. So we are really, really, really encouraging testing. We are working with an organization that's called Affinity Empowering, and to consent to test, we ask that it be done electronically. However, if families are not comfortable with that, we have folks that are prepared to help them do a paper copy, and then we will have our staff input the information electronically. We really need to increase and ramp up our testing. The Erie County Department of Health has experienced some delays in being able to notify the district, our nurse practitioners, of positive cases. And it is likely because of the sheer volume of positive cases in the county that they are seeing, not just in Buffalo Public Schools. And finally, what we want to do is continue to increase our vaccination sites and efforts. We've done some very innovative things this year that I'm very pleased with. Offering vaccinations at sports events, that was pretty successful. Our Saturday academies at the community schools are offering testing. I think we have offering vaccinations. I think we have one coming up this Saturday at International Prep. Dr. Reynolds led a couple this week that we did in the evening for some of our parents. We have traditional vaccination sites during the school day to accommodate our students and staff. We did an MBK summer camp vaccination piece with Dr. Morrell, and we are now ready to expand and look at offering vaccinations in central office sites, especially those sites that engage a lot with the public. Next slide. So I have here some of the protocols and some of the prevention methodologies that we do here at the Buffalo Public Schools that are just, I think they are best in practice. One of the things that Dr. Cash shared was a non-negotiable, was that 30% of all consented persons in a school, whether it is staff or students, would be tested monthly. And we are doing that. We have a mask requirement. We socially distance. We have a daily health screener that we created in alignment with what the CDC and Erie County Department of Health has. We've purchased scanners to monitor temperatures as folks enter schools. Our principals created intentional seating charts. Our medical director team went out along with Mr. Kuzma and took a look at how folks would sit, how far away they would they all be facing the same way? Before school started, Dr. Cash took a team of us out, and we actually looked at, how seats were arranged in cafeterias in different settings. Our plant department monitors the air filtration piece. Cleaning and sanitizing, again, are non-negotiables. We have our vaccination clinic sites again. And what we would really like to see is more partnership with our faith-based organizations to also offer vaccination opportunities free of charge to our students and families. Thank you.
Well, colleagues, it's important to not miss where we are. You've seen some of the data for upstate New York, and we're approaching 2%, 3% infection in some of our schools now. And when we get to that level, then I have to make a decision to close the school. And then we close the school, and then it could be bigger than that. And so I don't want to miss a day. We've been trying to keep schools open 5 days a week, 6 days if you include our Saturday academies. We're trying to continue to keep schools open 5 days a week because we know how important it is for our children to be in school. However, we're at a point now where the disease is higher than it was a year ago when we were in that severe red zone state and status. That's where we are right now. And so I'm very, very concerned. I don't want to have to close schools, but we've got to have a better effort. We've got to have a better effort at getting vaccinated, at getting our children vaccinated, and people following the rules outside of school, And this thing is spreading. It's spreading, and it's still here, and it's still killing people. So just let you know we're on the cusp. We're on the cusp. And I want us to have a sense of urgency about this as well as all the other issues that we talked about tonight. Thank you, Mrs. Board Member Hope J.
Dr. President, I just want to make sure I understand on the slide that Dr. Williams had put up. It indicated that the vast majority, I think that was how it was stated, how it was written, it just said the vast majority of hospitalizations are unvaccinated people, but then there was an addition to that sentence that said, and children. It said children. So the thing that is startling to me, and I don't know if it's startling other people, but when this pandemic first began, the science said that children were not getting, even if they were getting COVID-19, that they weren't getting sick as adults. And certainly, I don't think there was a lot of indication that they were being hospitalized. So can you just expand on that? Do you know the statistics of how many children under the age of 18 are hospitalized in Erie County right now?
I don't have that number, but what I suspect is that we've opened schools. And so I think when, when it first came about, pretty much everyone was quarantined at home. And I think, now that children are out and family members are out and engaging, there's a higher propensity to come in contact with the COVID virus.
Well, it's not just coming in contact with it that I'm asking. You understand the question I'm asking? Okay.
The hospitalization rates, speaking with Dr. Cole recently, you know this, they're surging, and some of the hospitals are over capacity and understaffed. And as children,
that's the part that is
there's
certain.
a lot of children who are hospitalized.
What
And it's not always COVID, it's other respiratory diseases as well. They are. I would have had, I asked Dr. Cole, but he wasn't able to come tonight.
Okay.
So what's the specific question so I can get it
Because
to
I think
him
that
and
would
then we'll
matter
get
a
it
lot
to
to
you.
parents if they were, if we had those statistics to give, if they're available, I'm sure they're available. Because that's a different way of looking at this virus and at this pandemic. If the kids are getting sicker and they're getting sick enough to be hospitalized, that's something new, I think.
And that is what's going on. That is exactly what's going on. And it's been in the papers, it's been in headlines, it's been in editorials, it's been reported in very recent days that is a much different picture than it was a year ago. A year ago, it was older people, and it was people with pre-existing conditions. This year, that's almost the converse of that now. Children, younger children, unprotected, unvaccinated, and around adults, unfortunately, who often that's the case as well. So that's who I'm very concerned about. We're trying to do everything we can to make sure that we get more vaccines and we get more 5 to 11-year-olds vaccinated while the governor is supporting that initiative right now in that effort. Thank you, Mr.
Mr. Scott?
Thank you, President Petrucci. So I'm going to just preach a little bit here. Somebody indicated earlier, along with what Board Member Jay was saying, we need to get our kids vaccinated. I had my boys vaccinated age 8 and 11 last week. The only side effect they experienced was a sore arm. This needs to happen. And another statistic that I'm going to share that Erie County Department of Health put out a couple days ago, the 45% of our youth, children and adolescents that are not vaccinated, account for 85% of the positive COVID cases. So there's more evidence right there that we need to vaccinate our kids, and our kids need to stay in school. I'm thankful for all the efforts that the district and our schools are doing to keep our kids safe. Both my boys are living it. There's strict adherence to the mask wearing. So I'm very thankful, and I think we need to continue to do all that we can to keep our kids in school. Along with masks, vaccines, testing. I wasn't going to raise this, but Dr. Williams mentioned something that makes me want to bring it up again now. I did so in email Wondering if we have updated data on the amount of students that have been quarantined as a result of being close contacts. It was about 1,500 middle of October, and along with that, how many of those students have been diagnosed with COVID, that have been deemed a close contact and then told they have to stay home for the period of days before they return. And I raise this because many students that I work with in the district that I work in, students in Buffalo, are missing more school, being quarantined. And I'm hearing that many of these kids, a large percentage, are not becoming infectious with COVID. And to me, it's not evidence-based, and hearing a lot more about test to stay. And this sounds like something that needs to be explored. I'm wondering if our medical team is exploring this for Buffalo. And the reason I say it again today is because Dr. Williams said, and this is what we're hearing also too, that the spread is happening in our communities, not in our schools. So if we're quarantining our kids and they're not in school and they're home doing whatever, it seems as if we're potentially creating a situation where they're more likely to get COVID than being in our school if we do something like a test to stay. And secondly, I think too, the close contact determinations this year also need to be revisited and how we're determining those close contacts. But any update on data as far as quarantines go and how many of those students have been found to be positive for COVID when they're quarantined?
I can get that data for you. The last poll that we had was, I believe, what we shared with you. That was mid-October, and it was a little more than 1,400 students who have been quarantined since the start of the school year.
And has there been any conversation with Dr. Quo and the team about shifting away, especially if the state has now given districts or at least counties permission to do this with the test to stay?
We are absolutely looking at the test to stay now. Yes, that's a discussion.
Thank you, Dr. Williams.
Larry, we'll provide that in the Friday's operational update. Every 2 weeks we do that. We'll give you that information this Friday. Okay?
Former President Conley, you have a question?
Well, I have a concern because my granddaughter had children are still having colds and they're still having sinus infections and things like that. And so she missed probably about 2 weeks of school. Okay, as a result, we had her tested. She did not have COVID. Okay, she was dealing with the allergies, which a lot of children in the fall in this area deal with allergies. She had been to the doctor, and when they sent her to school, they still sent her back home. They wanted her to go back home. So I think it's being overplayed. Okay, if you have had the COVID test, if you got the doctor's note saying that the child does not have COVID, why is the children still being kept out of school? Kids still get colds, they still have ear infections, they still get sinus infections. Okay, they don't get as often now, thank God, because of the mask. But it needs to be something that's happening in these schools where these babies are just being sent home. Okay, sent home.
Yeah, unfortunately, the unfortunately, is when you're in a pandemic. And the CDC guidelines say that any symptoms, and that's what it's calling that. How do you discern between allergies and colds and even flu, sinuses, in terms of nurses, because one false positive, one false negative. So I think that's what's driving that right now, is that pediatricians in our medical team saying any symptom like COVID, here they are, runny nose, fever, so forth, sore throat, then we send them home. So anyway, this is also, I think, ECBOH guidelines, is it not?
It is.
Yeah, local guidelines.
You know, Dr. Cass, the child had taken 2 COVID tests. Both of them were negative. Okay, she got brothers and sisters and other family members who had no symptoms. You know, we had no from the doctor saying it was fairness to the children, okay? You're sitting here with a bathroom, she doesn't have to feed, we're not sending kids to school to feed. You know, she's trying to work through a sinus infection, or a allergy, really, it's an allergy, thing going on with the trees at this point. But that's normal in Buffalo. I had that with my youngest, oldest son. He had similar problems on September. We always dealt with that from September to November. He had that condition. So I don't understand why. I guess I understand the guidelines, but I think it's being overplayed. Period to me. I think it's being overplayed.
So in kind of in this vein, pre-COVID, when my daughters also had sinus issues, and with all of this, all of their symptoms, they were also always at home. So it got to the point that I thought that that was protocol. So I was keeping them home, and especially now, if, I have 4-year-old grandchildren, I have an 11-year-old in schools, and if they have the sniffles or if they're coughing in any way, shape, or form, they're staying home. My thing, I think, on this vein is to make sure there's a distinction between what we had done previously in COVID and what people would have got sent home for. Because I still was unaware why, even though it was a sinus infection, it was proven they didn't have, I still kept my daughter home because she was perceived as being sick. And the teachers, whether, it fluctuated depending on what year a teacher would allow them to come in, or they sent them home, or they sent them to the nurse. So year after year it was a different deal. I think that would be something that we should do as a district, is to distinguish pre-COVID, what we sent children home for, what we're doing now. It's going to be very similar, but that would also kind of really help parents who are like, oh my God, a kid has a sniffle, should I send them to school? What's the perception? Kids talk, and then you never know. People will choose in school with her kid is sick, and my kid, you don't need that either. That's extra drama. So if we can just be succinct about what happened pre, what's happening now. We know all the guidelines for now, but that's a confusion.
Yeah. But I think, colleagues, until we get out of this red zone at the level that we're at, I just don't think the CDC or the ECDOH is going to tamper with being error on the side of caution. It's just too high, and one death is too many. So children getting sick at a much higher rate. I just think it's good to have the discussion, but ultimately we're not the arbiters of it. It's going to be the health department. We always defer to the health department and the medical professionals. So
I'm not saying that we don't do that. I'm saying we 100% follow, because that's what we are asking people to do. But I am saying for narrative's sake, for the sake of, less confusion, and for our parents and students, just distinguish all of it. I know what we're doing now, but there is confusion as to what people would do before. Before, I would send my kid to school and would have, they had the sniffles, they still would be sent home. Or before COVID, I was still keeping my child home, because I had to, because even if they didn't have a fever, because they had a cold. Like, this is conversation that happens a lot. It's happening in my own family. Just distinguishing then and now, what we did, keeping kids home. Why do you keep your kid home? If they have a sniffle, if they have a fever, if they have any symptoms, same thing. And I'm telling you, that's like an issue that I'm coming across. Is like, I kept you home because you had sinus issues, you were getting sent home all the time. I had to worry about going to work. I had, all of these things in comparison. I have a daughter who's like not working at all now and lost her job because she is keeping her kids home for sniffles. And she was, they're catchy if they have a cough, but she doesn't want to send them to school. So just being more distinctive of not just what we have to do in the government rules, but also what was done in the past. Why we kept kids home in the past, or what were the protocols of keeping your kids home before they got sent home by a nurse. Do you see what I'm saying? Am I making any sense here? I feel like a lot of people are not understanding.
Sure, I understand, and I think that's easy enough to do, to just share with families, in the past prior to COVID, what would happen if a student had sinus issues or sniffles. And now where we are in our pandemic and the rate of high transmission, why we have to be overly cautious. We can do that.
Like, I'm telling her to keep them home because that's what I did. I'm telling her no matter what, I'm not going to get better than you should. But, you know, it's like I never had to do that before, or, you know, you know what I mean? So it's also putting more emphasis on keeping them home if they have any symptoms. So pretty sure it wasn't getting her to do that. You see what I'm saying?
Thank you, Ms. Nicosi. Mr. Hurd has raised his hand. He'd like to make a comment. Mr. Hurd, are you able to speak?
Outside in the cold and the rain, but I was like, my question is that 2 questions about this. One of my questions is after the COVID infection, there's a lot of symptoms, you know, and I don't know if the science is being done about children or adult teachers who had COVID previously, and right now they may be dealing with infection, probably a sinus infection or even a flu, and it affects them differently, you know, in their chest, in the lungs, your ability to work, concentrate, to breathe. Is a district or our doctor saying anything about outside the code? That's my question. I'm getting a lot of feedback, so have our doctors said anything about these cases and how we treat these children?
Terry, can you repeat yourself? We lost you for part of your question.
Okay. My question was about children, teachers, adults that's had COVID previously, and still, you know, show the symptoms of having it by having chest pain, pain in their lungs, you know, body aches and things like that, which will inhibit a child, you know, that cognitive learning because of still dealing with these issues. Have our doctors say anything about health and wellness after having COVID, and what the district doing about that? Because some of these same children, including myself, you know, you know, they caught a flu, and it's kind of like feeling like the same symptoms as before. Were you able to hear that?
Good evening, Board Member Hurd. This is Dr. Williams. That's something that I can inquire with Dr. Cole and the medical team about and get back to you.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Dr. Williams. My last question is about what the district doing about flu vaccinations. They report about doing flu vaccinations also for our children.
Mr. Hurd, question about flu vaccinations, whether or not that's going to be included as well.
I'm aware that there are several places within the community that are offering flu vaccinations. As of right now, with the medical team, we've really prioritized getting the COVID vaccines, but I can get some information to you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Williams.
Yes, Ms. Woods, I see your finger.
The question about children being suspended or children having to be out of school because of COVID for 10 days, the question the parents are asking is why can't they have a remote option for the different school? The question about people being suspended is, again, they don't want to lose education time. So why isn't there, since we've learned all about this remote option, why can't they log on and get remote learning so they don't fall behind whatever our problems are?
That is being offered. That is what happens when a kid's out on COVID, kids out on suspension, kids out on medical exemption. They get the remote option.
That's not what we got in the package of complaints from the BTF and from parents. And you're hearing about the 10 days, and these parents aren't saying anything about their children are getting the remote option. So maybe we need to make sure that's happening.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Woods. Dr. Cash, the question I would have would be with our air filtration systems and with the children being in the building more often as weather changes. I was wondering if someone could speak to how we monitor and test and speak to air changes in those two things.
Yeah, I believe I saw Nate go out of the facility. Certainly, last year and this year, we continue to make upgrades on the HVAC systems, the air filtration systems, and they've been checked, triple checked, and so forth. So, it's who else would be able to answer that question? Tanja. Barry's not here, right? Yeah, we'll get back to that question. But certainly that's been a concern from last year. We did a lot to modify and upgrade our filtration systems. We've been using funds to do that.
Thank you.
All right. If I could go on to the next part. Okay, colleagues, the next part is the transportation report. And if you could come up, Cheryl, and go through 3 slides, that would be great. Do you have the slides up? Amir, if you could put the slides up that says addressing driver shortage. Put that 3 slide back up, please. Everybody went home early. Amir, yes. The addressing driver shortage slides, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, board members, Dr. Cash. Thank you for allowing me to come back and give you an update on transportation. I'm a little excited to talk about some of the strides we've been making, and we're in a little bit better situation than we were a month ago last time I was here. So we have continued, the transportation department I should say, has continued to eliminate bus routes. So to date we've eliminated over 200 bus routes, and that's from pre-COVID times. Prior to COVID taking effect, we had 670 bus routes right around there. We currently have 464 morning buses and 457, afternoon buses. The time that we're clearing in the afternoon is dramatically improved, and I'm going to show you a slide to demonstrate that. I believe it's the next slide. But we have dramatically improved the number of uncovered or double routes as well. Towards the beginning of the school year, we were looking at anywhere from 50 to 60 routes a day that were uncovered or doubled or covered late. Today we had 15. So we've actually had certain days that were completely covered, which is really very exciting for us. Normally, again, pre-COVID times, we would clear on average around 6:30 every day. We are back to that currently. 6:30 to 6:45 is our normal time to clear. And what's really important to stress here is that most of the buses that are clearing after 6:30 are not related to the driver shortage. So we're talking about buses that are going out of district to drop off in Lockport, Niagara Falls, things like that. And also, we're waiting for parents to meet their children and get them off the bus. So we had talked earlier about, and some of the board members can attest to this, Dr. Cash instituted the Transportation Advisory Committee. So we've had 3 meetings. At this point, we've gotten to the point where we've made recommendations to Dr. Cash, and those recommendations are to look at contracting with other private vendors for bus services and driver services. We've had conversations with several of those. We're going to continue to pursue that avenue. We're going to maintain the urgency and keep pushing for students to continue to hire and recruit more drivers. And then we're going to look at creating a spring semester early release schedule for our elementary schools. So what we're talking about doing is having one or possibly two schools release early every day. And what that does as far as transportation is it frees up anywhere from 18 to 25 buses that we can make sure that all of our routes are covered. So there's minimal impact to most families. Again, once or twice from January 1st through March is what we're looking at doing. And that's going to take a little bit more work to work out the details with.
Cheryl, you said that kind of lightly, and this is really an important, innovative recommendation that came out of this task force, this work committee. And that is one or two schools getting an earlier release than they normally do each day. And what that means is that school wouldn't come again, because we don't want to lose instructional time. They wouldn't come again back around until about, how many weeks was it? Or how many days? 36 days? A month and a half?
Probably about 27 days.
About 27 days to 30 days. So again, that's kind of a low impact, high return strategy. And to free up 15 to 20 buses, that almost gets us to square. Okay, I just want to make that point really clear for everybody here. So that's one point, and that's a great outcome of the meeting. I appreciate that recommendation. We're going to definitely implement that one. The other thing that you said was working with local vendors and people who have buses and that kind of thing. Not buses, but the vans and the thing. And we're working with one company who just was here, but now they want to be our bus. So we're going to look into that, particularly for our athletic programs. And so the churches, colleagues, if you have vans and things that you can transport students with, that's something we could talk about in helping students with some of the after-school kinds of things, maybe niche activities that then would free up a few more buses. So that's the kind of thing I think is promising. We could do, but we want to talk to you about that. So those are two really concrete pieces that we're going to be working on right away. This next slide I think is important because it just shows where we were and where we're coming to in terms of uncovered routes and basically an on-time delivery compared to previous months and previous school years even. So if you could show and talk about that, Cheryl. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Cash. So this shows our daily uncovered routes, and uncovered is encompassing those buses that are covered late, as well as the routes that are double. So in the beginning of the school year, you can see that we're running 83, 87 routes every single day that we're uncovered. We had some really great days. I see, a 53 mid-September. Now that's going to be attributable to schools that were closed. So I believe that corresponds to the city honors might have been closed, so that gave us extra drivers. But I'm tying that back into the early release situation. When we have extra drivers, our uncovered routes obviously are going to go down. Now when we get to today, I mentioned we had 15 total. So one this morning that was running late. It was covered late, but they did have a driver for it. And then 14 this afternoon. Yesterday there was a total of 11. So gigantic strides forward are being made by our transportation department. I do want to say thank you to all of our parents as well as our building administrators and our staff for the patience in getting us here. Can I have the next slide, please? So this is showing what time we're clearing in the afternoon. And clearing, just so everyone understands, that's when the very last child in the district gets off the bus. That encompasses not only Buffalo Public, but also charter, non-public, and agency students. So the red line is what we're looking at right now for our 21-22 school year. It's kind of jumbled right in with the other years as well. I do want to point out that the blue line is the 2021 school year, so last year. Now that's showing us when we were in the hybrid setting. So it's a little skewed because we weren't transporting nearly the number of students that we currently are. Excuse me. And our ridership was extremely low. A lot of parents were driving their kids. So obviously we're clearing a lot earlier than normally because of the low ridership. When you go back to 18-19, which is the green, you can see we're really right on par with that. And again, you're going to see some low days. That's going to be attributed to early release days or days that schools are closed as well. But we're right in the mix. And we are continuing to improve with our clearing in the afternoon. Parents are getting more acclimated to when our buses are arriving. We have fewer leftovers because of that. We're able to consolidate again more routes and get some of our out-of-district kids home sooner as well. Next slide, please. So I wanted to give you an update on what First Student is doing as far as driver retention and bringing new candidates on. So since the beginning of the school year, they have hired 55 drivers. We have, however, lost 40. So it is always kind of a give and take. We've expected that. Drivers leaving can be for multiple reasons. Unfortunately, COVID has been a factor, other illness, deciding that they thought they could come back and do it, but it's a little bit too much for them. We currently have drivers, 20 candidates in driver training. That's behind the wheel. So they will be taking driver's tests in the very near future. 9 tests are scheduled for this week. Actually, there were 7 that were scheduled for today. So I'll have results on those when I go back in tomorrow. There's been some concern and some discussion that First Student is not on par with our other districts in the area as far as driver pay rates. And I wanted to point out that we are the absolute highest paid bus driver for part-time driver work in the area. So First Student has actually put a premium on drivers that service Buffalo. We have some extra complications when we're driving our kids as opposed to some of the suburban districts, as well as a higher capacity that we're talking about. So First Student currently pays anywhere from $19.55 to start, and that's through training, up to $25.04 an hour. They offer a $1,500 to $5,000 sign-on bonus based on driver credentialing. So if it's a brand new driver who has no license, no CDL, they get a $1,500 sign-on bonus. If they're fully credentialed, it's a $5,000 sign-on bonus. And I do want to point out that the district is assisting with that because we thought that it was really important to get as many drivers in as we possibly could. Fisher Bus Service is paying up to $20.24 an hour. STA, which is one of the main competitors in this region, is up to $22.80 an hour, and they're only offering a $1,500 sign-on bonus. Transpo, which is kind of Kenmore, North Tonawanda area, is $21.30 an hour. West New York Bus is up to $25 an hour with a $2,000 sign-on bonus. And the NMTA, which I thought was very interesting, this is for part-time drivers, is $18.29 an hour.
Colleagues, this is important data to show what the district is doing, the urgency of it, what our pay rates are. This is a good job, colleagues, and if we can spread the news, get more people who need jobs now into this work, this is very good work right now. So that's the main message that we want to do and say, and then we want to commend again Cheryl Kennedy and the team for the urgency that they do put in trying to solve this very, very difficult problem. So thank you, Cheryl. We really appreciate it. Colleagues, lastly, on the transportation issue, I sent to you, and I will send it to the community members as I talk to them as well, the different strategies that we have been engaged in to hire more bus aides and where we are with that. very creative, innovative strategies that are detailed on the second page that I sent to you today, colleagues, about 5 o'clock this afternoon. We'll put that on our website as well, Cheryl, you can put it out. And of course, we'll send it to anyone who would like to have information about that so that you can direct your stakeholders and your constituents to become a bus aide. We appreciate that. Okay, that's the update on transportation. Are there any questions before I go to the third part? And if there are questions, then we'll take those now.
I believe Ms. Woods has a question.
How many students are still not able to be picked up? We had said before it was 250 to 500. So you're saying it's improved. How many students are we still needing to find a way to get to school?
Ms. Kennedy, did you hear the question?
I did, thank you. So at this point, I believe the number is 0. All of our buses are running, they may be running late, but we are running all of the runs that we have on a daily basis.
Okay, so you're saying there isn't a gap now, you're able, with this consolidation, that you're able to pick up all the students, even, it may not be on time, but you're able to pick them all up?
Correct, correct.
Okay, what about the time, what is the average amount of time that they're at the bus stop? Because the concern from the community has been, it's going to be cold, and we don't want children on the bus stop in the cold. So what's the time that they're still out there?
So with regard to the driver shortage issue, I don't know that I have a definite answer for you, and I can look into that and come back to you with that information. We're always going to have late buses for multitudes of different reasons, traffic, bus accidents, things like that. So when we're looking at just the driver shortage situation, I would have to do more research.
Okay, but we still have children not arriving in time to get breakfast and missing one or two classes. I saw parents talking about that.
So when I look at this morning, for example, we had one bus that was uncovered. Well, it was covered late. So for that one bus, which was a special needs bus, there were probably 15 students assigned to that route. Those would be the 15 students that were impacted today.
So you're still asking the community that we need them to continue to try to find how many bus drivers do we still need? You said you got 55 you hired, 40, so how many do we still need? Is it 150 or what?
I would love to have 150 more
We're not
drivers.
going to get to 150. Look, what the good news is, and so make sure we hear it, is there's children who are supposed to get picked up and have been routed, and we have permission from parents for their student to drive, to be picked up and to be on a bus route. It's 0 who don't have that route now, and that was not the case earlier. So that's a big development. I don't want to state that development. Okay. The second question, which of course is the right question, is so we're still running late a bit in the morning. Afternoon is the afternoon, and we showed you how that gap is closed, and there's really only about 200 kids that come in at that 6 o'clock, 5:45, 6:15. I'm sorry, 6:15, 6:30, 6:45 time. But that's the rest of them are in much sooner than that, and that's because of all of the other groups that we partner with. We take people all the way up as far as Niagara Falls. We go all the way to the end of the border up north. And so those kids get home a little late. But it's a relatively small group. It's about 230, 250 kids.
It's probably gone down in the past 2
down
months,
from that.
maybe 50.
50 kids. Okay, so 50 kids is what's causing that at the end. Most of the kids are getting home at a very decent time that's been the same as any year, even before COVID. So that's important to know. But now, with the cold coming, with the snow, And then sometimes that's when we also lose drivers again. How long will a kid, because we're doing coat drives, we're doing all kind of things, and with churches too. We want everybody to be into getting warmer clothes for our kids. We're doing that citywide. I'm 15-minute wait, 20-minute wait. How long am I waiting on my bus? I think that's the question.
On average, 15 minutes.
15? Yeah. Okay. 15 is not too bad, but of course, that's in weather that's manageable. But I close schools anyway. If I get down to 0, minus wind chill, we're gonna close that anyway. So I just want us to try to get to a point where we're on time, except for any delay in traffic. And that is one thing we have to consider on any given year, especially in Buffalo, with the slippery roads, the ice, the lake effect. All of a sudden you get a big dump, and now traffic's all jammed up. But aside from that, if we can say that we're running pretty good and we want to hear from our parents, colleagues, this is an improvement from where we were just a few months ago.
That's the only other question I want to ask, because I believe in transparency. The community came and said, we are willing to help, and they asked and offered for an option for parents to drive their kids and to be compensated for it. And when that option was discussed, and it was given pros and negatives, etc., I asked that the community be given clearly, transparently, why that option was either accepted, rejected, so that they don't feel like they extended their hand out to help, and we slapped it and didn't give them an answer. So can we transparently say why that option for parents driving their kids was not feasible or an option that was reasonable?
Colleagues, I'm not going to have Cheryl say that. You say it. You were on the committee. You say it. Dr. Kathy Evans Brown, you can say it. Luke Petrucci, you can say it. You talked about this at length on the committee.
Will said he would put it in writing so the committee can have the information.
So speak to it. Speak to it. Speak to it.
It's in the minutes that the committee was sent. It's there. And I detailed to the committee exactly what we're on. It's not really the mellow.
It isn't the committee that we're accountable to. It isn't the committee that needs to know. It is the committee.
Right, but you asked me to put it in the minutes so that we could share it with the community. And I put all 9 points that were made in our meeting in the minutes. You have it. And you're free to distribute them to anyone who wants to read it.
Dr. Cashman, would you feel that it is appropriate for Dr. Cressley's to, since he said it's public information, should be disseminated, this isn't a board meeting, it is public, can he give some of those reasons?
I can share a couple of those. I can send them to whoever wants it.
On the committee as part of the community. You said you wanted to be on the committee. Okay, so share. That's all.
Some members of the committee may not agree with the overall opinion, so that's why.
In the committee, we should consensus.
Okay, I have a question about the committee. So if the committee is meeting and you agree on talking points, and now we're going to be able to share out this publicly, the committee themselves has come
over some of the information that came out of that meeting. So Cheryl Kennedy gave an overview of the current times and improvement that we're experiencing. So although some improvements are encouraging, and she mentioned that today, we still must provide recommendations to address upcoming routes. So Nate Kuzma, he reviewed the district's inclement weather procedure, because as we discussed, even though it may be a 15-minute waiting time now, it will probably double in the winter months. Just saying. Okay. So recommendations were adjust bell times, as was mentioned here today, at high schools for an 8 to 10 bus fleet. These are just recommendations that came out of that meeting. Creating 3 tiers for daily school scheduling for a 50 bus relief. Remove obstacles around income limits for retirees, fees, etc. Because sometimes, as mentioned, some of the bus drivers will consider retiring. And then relief from marijuana testing under consideration. That was a recommendation by our board president. Okay. Status and rationale of National Guard request. We talked about that again, which was supported by Dr. Indigenous and Dr. Rescus. Mr. Kuzma reviewed process for discussing applicable recommendations with professional organizations, obstacles for applicants because of onerous testing requirements may be a problem. That was confirmed by Cheryl. Increased outreach to the community about employee recruitment, bus aides, drivers, etc. Much more aggressive strategies needed. Yes.
We'll share the minutes with the entire board. And sending them right. So can you please distribute that to everybody who wants a copy? I think the question on the floor was, what was the rationale coming out of the committee in regard to compensating parents for transportation?
What was the rationale for that?
Well, that's what I'm about to talk about, respectfully. So there were a number of different reasons that were discussed by the committee, whether we agree or disagree with it. Right now, we have a high volume of parents that are presently transporting their children to and from school. We have cut the number of routes that we have by about 200, 670 at one point down to 470, maybe even less than that rate. In order to yield more gain for parents transporting their children, you would need hundreds, if not thousands, of parents, in addition to those that are already transporting their children, to sign up to actually gain and yield the number of drivers that we have, because the number of drivers to yield additional drivers. So one school, if you have a bus at Waterfront Elementary, you only get 5 parents say, fine, I want to take my children off and I'm willing to drive them, and you'll reimburse me at mileage rate or whatever. That's not going to yield a driver, because you still got another 40 to 45 kids on the bus that need to be taken home and around. So you're not gaining anything by doing that. You would need hundreds, if not 1,000 or 2 more parents, in addition to those that are already taking their kids, to yield the number of drivers that we would need to make a dent into this issue. Further, other districts have done this, we know that. Those were districts that were doing it out of desperation because they would have been unable to even open their doors if parents didn't take their kids. That's how dire their situation was in terms of their transportation issue. And as we've seen, there were districts around the country that were delaying the opening of their school, that were postponing it indefinitely, where parents had to take their kids. Otherwise, the school doors would not open. Fortunately, yeah, we needed to continue to work on it, but we were not in a situation where we were unable to open the schoolhouse doors because we lacked the necessary number of bus drivers. There's also the issue of equity, and this was raised by other parents on the committee, in addition to a few other members, that the individuals that would be benefiting from transporting their kids to and from school are one, parents who are already doing it, parents from middle to upper middle class backgrounds, and the folks that would really need it, those who don't have automobiles, who have to rely on transportation anyway, would not be the ones that are primarily benefiting from a reimbursement model of paying parents. There are, it would be the parents that are already primarily taking their kids to and from school, or may have taken their kids to and from school anyway, regardless of whether there was reimbursement or not. I think those were, I don't know, Dr. Presses, if there are any additional ones that were mentioned.
Those were the primary things. Well, the one fact that I think was really resonated with everyone is when they understood that the group of students that are on uncovered routes is not like a standard group that we could actually apply treatment to with regard to transportation. It's a different group every night. So just theoretically, as we were playing through, let's say that we were able to get a group of students taken care of. That's for one day. That's for one day. The next day, it's a different group of students. And that was just on a hypothetical that somehow we were able to get the parents of those students to drive. So once people understood kind of the complexity and the fact that of what it would actually take to deal with just one bus, we realized that it wasn't a strategy that we would recommend that would actually yield drivers, which is what we wanted to make sure we did. With the recommendations that were given, where a school or two every 30 days is getting one early release day in the afternoon, that immediately yields 15 buses that are available on a daily basis to cover the uncovered routes. That's a powerful recommendation. Low impact as far as impact on student learning, high impact on the challenge that we have in uncovered routes.
Real quick, Sharon, I just want to so one of the things also that the committee was working on was trying to work with SED and New York State with respect to other things that need to be changed, with respect to licensing requirements and the process and how we can onboard people faster and all those other things. But because it's a full-on CDL license, there isn't like a license for a bus driver and a separate one for someone who's driving an 18-wheeler. They're one and the same. So because of that, we were discussing those things, but those were high-level things. Or a lot of the one thing that we encountered when we surveyed people as well was the income rate. That presently a lot of our bus drivers are retirees, and that they're up against the cap of how much they can make. So when we increased the wages, we created a different problem because people were thrown to work for a limited period of time before they would be so penalized that they would be working. I would be worth their time to come back. So we were trying to engage with all these things. Dr. Hurley will get on. So we spent a lot of time. Ms. Coppin?
Thank you, President Petrucci. So I guess when I heard that a transportation committee would be informed, I thought that the results or the recommendations would be brought back to the board, and then the board would have a discussion on it. I did not know that it was going to be just put out here in the, and I still feel that there's a need to have a discussion on this. I think where we need to really start is we need to have a survey. We need a survey from our parents to find out what their expectations are and what they can do. Okay, because we don't have that. Okay, people are very resourceful. So when I hear the conversation that it's not going to help certain people because they're because they own a car, typically you assume that they own a car, they're probably middle class or whatever. or, you know, but people are very resourceful, okay, and they can come up with transportation to get their kids home. And I think that that's lacking here. And sometimes we forget, okay, that if a parent wants to get to the mall to get a pair of sneakers, they can figure out a way to get to the mall to get a pair of sneakers. If they want to get their child home, they'll figure out a way to get their child home. And without doing some sort of a survey, you have this new dashboard where you literally can map out where the parents are, you can drill it down to what schools they're at. Okay, we need to do a little bit more research because this problem is not going away. Okay, it's not going away. And I personally think that if we had a model where parents could volunteer, I don't care who it is, I don't care if they're middle, upper, poor, whatever. If they can come and get their children and they can pull some stress off of that bus situation, we need to be exhausting every avenue to do it. And I think the start is a survey. Finding out where we are. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kaplan.
Let's not forget one other thing, okay? We're not standing on the corners, okay? And I have a memory in my mind of when my son's bus did not come. It broke down, and at the time, we didn't have the method. And I can remember feeling how helpless I was, standing on that bus stop waiting for my child to get off that bus, and he never came over an hour and a half. I was afraid to leave, because we didn't have portable phones, blah, blah, blah. My point that I'm trying to say here is that parents will walk a mile to do whatever they have to do for their children.
Well, and I agree with that, and they should. And parents' cars break down too. Cars break down, you got COVID raging. Are we just talking about taking your child to school, which you should do? Or are we talking about taking other children in your car to school, which now has a lot of insurance and liability implications for somebody to get sick in a car full of people you don't even know necessarily, not all the habits, because this disease is very, very transmissible. Then you break down in the middle of, or you have an accident, and your child and other children are hurt. And then the payment of, put in your requisition and all of the factors of verifying and validating the costs. It's a nightmare for the fiscal department and for where we are with this. You just heard where we are. We're almost at breakthrough point. And so I'll have the conversation with you. I'm gonna have a big town hall meeting in the first part of December. And we can have a good back and forth about it. And I'll give you all the things that I know about it. And I call my colleagues out across the country who've tried this and who had to stop it for a whole host of reasons. So I don't really want to argue about it, but it is something that the committee we purposely put together for them to debate and talk about it. The committee's here. We still won't bring it back to the board. The work isn't done. But they did address this issue. So that's the issue around that particular thing. Now we're still here without having a committee being able to share with you what they came up with.
Well, can I just say that the most successful model is just a card that the parents get. It's not a complicated system, and the children have to have 95% participation. So it's not as if it's a whole big thing. Principals are distributing cards, et cetera, So I'm not, that part doesn't concern me. What concerns me is that two things that you said tonight. One, you said that because the pay went up, you've impacted people and they're not going to be working longer or doing more hours. And the other thing is what Cheryl said, and Cheryl, again, I commend you for the great job that you're doing. You're a trooper and you know that. Nothing but love for you. The other piece is that in the winter, they don't have a lot of drivers because they don't like driving in the snow. Okay, and so we're going to be dealing with that. So, you know, for me, it's a no-brainer. Figure out a way for the parents to pick up the
Calvin. Yes, Mr. President.
If we're gonna look at this, look at that particular aspect, which I'm not saying I don't support, but the obvious issue that we need to look at, whether in committee or as a board, is the people who do not have access to vehicles, and this does not work for them. So we do this across the board, and we figure out ways for parents to be able to pick up their children. We're working on this equity resolution, so kids are getting to school because their parents are able to take them, yet are not able to take other students. Then how are those other students getting back that we all are still responsible for? How are they getting to school? It's in the 80th percentile that we have children dependent on public transportation, our transportation. So I'm not disregarding this, but I do want to have that much attention on the students who aren't going to be able to be driven to school because there's just no access to that. What are we going to do about that? How are we going to let's work on all of the possible opportunities? I'm not disregarding what you're saying, but I'm saying there should be equal and if not more so, concentration on getting the majority of the students, unfortunately, we have in our district that do not have access to vehicles, that do not have the opportunity for their parents to drive them. In my district in particular, their big brothers and sisters, their nieces, their nephews, the 10-year-olds are communicating for their families because of where we're in the district on the west side. I've had to take my son countless times to school, and his neighbor, our neighbors, I put them in the car too, or they wouldn't have got to school because their mother had to go to work. So this is not, we have to make it feasible for everyone. It is not feasible to concentrate on one particular subset of parents when, you know, the majority of the folks in our community are not just parents, they're grandparents, they're aunts, their uncles, they're caregivers as well. So if we look at everything, let's look at it across the board. Again, I'm not disregarding that, but I am saying that we have to look at the whole entire spectrum.
Lou, can I just comment on that? So when we talk about equity, equity is about bringing the resources to the children. So if you're able to take a load off of the transportation system, it should be able to help those children whose parents don't have transportation to be able not to have to stand on the corner now or not get the resources. That means that there would be more room on the bus for other children. So when we talk about equity, equity is when you can't provide a car for the parents, we certainly can make sure that that seat that is currently being occupied by someone whose parent now is driving them to school is available for a child who needs that type of ride to school. And for whatever reason, okay, I really feel that we need to explore this in depth because we cannot continue to have the same problem year after year after year and not have a solution for it. It has to be fixed at this point. We have the opportunity to fix it. And as far as the contract, this district would have a contract of some sort with the parent and it would specifically say that we are only responsible for you and your child. Okay, I brought to the board, because that's what I did as an insurance person, I brought to the board the fact that as long as a parent is transporting their own child, there is no liability. If she starts receiving money and transport other children, then that's when they don't have insurance. It becomes similar to a shared ride situation like an Uber or something like that. So that's a whole different thing. Our contract will specifically tell the parent what Buffalo Public Schools expects of them, and it's not a hard right. It's not a hard thing to do. Now, if they want to risk it and take other people's children, that's their business, but that's not what we expect for them to do.
Thank you, Ms. Kaufman. I actually had one or two questions. Quickly, just for the listening audience and for those who are in attendance still, it's my understanding there's been an increase recently in the number of bus aids that the district has at our disposal.
I don't know if you can hear me from up here, but that's correct. So we've probably conducted over 150 interviews in the past 2.5 months. We've had about 15 or so bus aids come on board very recently, in the last 2 weeks or so. and we're gonna continue to push those through. We are still seeing some delays with some service.
Thank you, that's good to know where the bottlenecks are. And the second question, I know that we had spoken about using local religious institutions with the use of bands. I was wondering if this isn't my idea, so I don't want to take credit for it, but if we've extended or researched maybe doing with our local higher education, colleges and universities, because I know oftentimes they have bands that they use to transport other people as well.
That's a great idea. I don't know if that's been done by first student. I know that we have not looked into that.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kennedy. Yes, Dr. Evans Brown.
Just for the record, being part of the transportation committee, one of the first things that I recommended, and someone co-signed it, was to put out a survey to parents. And so we need to follow up with that. It was only 5 questions we asked them. It was specifically pertaining to transportation. So just for the record, we thought that through very thoroughly. Thank you.
Do you remember the 5 questions?
To be honest with you, but one of them clearly would have been, would you be willing to take your child to school and pick him or her up at a stipend type of thing? So that was really one.
Thank you, Kathy. Any other questions? Dr. Cash, you have anything else?
Colleagues, we have 3 of our distinguished cabinet members that are going to present on 3 quick slides, but they're substantive slides, so take your time. And Mira, if you could put up the next set of slides that addresses some of the violence prevention, social emotional issues that we are trying to help our students with. And then this final slide is where we're going to talk about some of the community partnerships that I want to hear a proposal from and get them included into this work. And these are just the ones that I'm aware of. If there's others that, again, do this work to help us with what you're here, then by all means, I'm interested in hearing about that. Again, thank you, Cheryl, for what you do. I really do appreciate you. Keep up that great work. Keep up the great work. Really stressful job, colleagues. Really difficult jobs. And we have a thread among all of us on the cabinet that every time Cheryl says clear at night, she says clear. That's all she says. And that means that the last child is home safe. Colleagues, that's a huge responsibility, day after day after day, particularly the kind of world we live in. And sometimes it's good just to put a little honey on the beak. Put a little honey on the beak. Doesn't hurt, goes a long way. And then we can also talk about the challenges. Appreciate you. Tell your team, thank you. By the way, the kids are home safe tonight. They're home safe. They're home safe. I'm serious. All right, let's start. First 3 slides, please.
Good evening, President Petrucci, Dr. Cash, board members, colleagues, community. Tonight, I'm going to be sharing with you some items that we shared. Is that better? All right. Tonight, I'm going to be sharing some items that we discussed at last week's board work session. We wanted to share them tonight so that we got them out to the community, but we also think they're really important to keep top of mind. As ASLs, we work very closely with each school community to build positive connections to support our students and families as they navigate this challenging times that they are facing. I will share just a few items that you will see, or strategies that you will see in all of our schools, K-12. These are examples of things that schools are doing to really make those connections. Tonight, I want to give you only 2 key words to focus on. As I explain each strategy, I want you to listen for relationship and student voice. These 2 things are really important to our students.
advisory program. This you will see in several schools. This is a strategy that is grade specific. These are small groups designed to build relationships, peer-to-peer, and adults to students. These are times that are sometimes led by school counselors. They are social, emotional curriculum with current issues that can be addressed. Schools have used advisory to unpack situations that are current, things that have happened recently in their school. Something that may have happened at dismissal the day before. Like for example, 1 in 7 MST has used this to support the students unpacking something that happened at dismissal the day before, and it really helps students unpack their feelings and begin to heal and build community. Targeted incentives, PBIS, which is positive behaviors, interventions, and supports. This is a school-wide system. Here, schools use daily, weekly, monthly incentives. These are opportunities to celebrate student success. Student voice is used to identify all of the rewards. Expected behaviors are explicitly taught, and you'll see them all throughout the school. This is an opportunity to pair the school core values with positive behaviors. For example, you will see students earning dojo points, earning certificates, or being invited to a student-developed event. Again, that's student voice because they are choosing what they want to celebrate, what they want to do to celebrate. Check-in, check-out is also another strategy. This is a goal-setting strategy that is specifically designed to meet the individual needs of students. Students check in first thing in the morning to review their goals of the day, and teachers throughout the day provide feedback. They meet at the end of the day with their check-in, check-out mentor, and they assess their goals. Students earn incentives based on the progress towards their goals, and this is something that's very rewarding because it's an instant thing. They learn about that day, how they did, and they're able to communicate that to their parents, and their parents are able to see that progress. Getting to know you initiative. This may also, you may have also seen this be called All About Me. Here you will see students complete activities where they explain things about themselves, and then you'll see that posted throughout the school, hallways, classrooms. Staff get involved in this too. This is another relationship building opportunity for students to learn about students and staff, to learn about each other and students. Positive spotlights and shout outs, you'll see these throughout the school, you'll hear these throughout the schools on PA systems, but you'll also see them over social media. This is an opportunity to celebrate when students exhibit the character trait of the day or show improvements. Scan for success. This you will see in many of the high schools. It's a color-coded lanyard system. It's their ID right on the lanyard. And this is a strategy used school-wide to promote positive behaviors across the school. For example, you might see in a school that's using the lanyard system. 5 students who have scanned in are selected and they earn a gift certificate. Students across the building learn about responsibility. There's pride in this because the lanyards are organized by grade level, so there's pride in grade level progress. And this helps to organize hallways, lunches, arrivals, dismissals to help students really understand the expectations at those times. Student-led grade level orientations. Again, this is another opportunity for students that amplify their voice. The students are leading these groups, and they're involved in helping to plan them and get them out to the other students. You'll see student, family, and staff surveys. Again, another platform in which schools collect feedback and use that feedback to drive what's happening in schools, and another way to amplify voice. So we want to, this is not just student voice, but it's family voice. Staff connections. In this strategy, students have relationships with a staff member, and this is to ensure that there's a connection with every single student to someone in that school. These connections are entered into our district-wide information system, and currently there are 5,636 pages of data in our system that outlines all of the information that has been collected using this strategy district-wide. Morning circles with SST. Again, this is similar to restorative circles. You will see a school psychologist, a social worker, the counselors, they all team up and they do a first thing in the morning check-in because we know this is critical to helping students have a good, healthy start to the day. SST referrals that parents can access. Many schools use a link so that parents can complete this request online, and this is another connection back to schools to support families getting their concerns heard. Restorative circles, also known as community building circles, those have been embedded into the day. This allows for the thought of the day to happen or focus on current issues similar to the advisory thinking. And this is a time for students to really think through their feelings. This strategy helps students build relationships with peers and adults and then restore the community. For example, you'll see this scheduled right into lunch. You'll see part of the lunch and then part you'll see restorative circles. And lastly, the strategy I want to share tonight is the data dashboard. We've been hearing a lot about it. The schools are excited about using this. I know it's been mentioned tonight. Just today I was meeting with the principal and he was sharing the strategies that he's been pulling out just to be able, the ability to have that data at his fingertips. So data in every angle. Schools can use this data to drive all the strategies that we mentioned tonight. They help to pinpoint the strategies that might be necessary. They make it even times a week, so the things that they need to focus on. So you'll see sometimes attendance displays throughout buildings, and that's a way to motivate students to improve grade level attendance. So these are just a few of the strategies. There are so many, but you'll see that our schools are working really hard to provide a social emotional support system for all of our students across all of our schools, because it's about those relationships. Those are really important to our students, and student voice is really, really critical, as you'll hear from our students repeatedly. Next joining me in this presentation is my colleague, Dr. Ramona.
Good evening, board members, colleagues, community members. I want to just piggyback off of something that Dr. Toya Williams said regarding student voice. And there's evidence to support that we value student voice. We heard two young people in Dr. Morrell. They came to speak with great conviction, agency about issues that were culturally relevant to them. They learned that in Buffalo Public Schools. So I want people to know that that narrative that our children don't grow up and aren't intelligent, able to read, not able to get jobs, that's not true. Those two young women are representative of thousands of children that come through our school systems daily. So let's be clear about that. Today, Admira, can we go to the next slide? Today, I want to talk about another group of very precious children who don't always have that sense of agency, and they find themselves in situations. I'm so glad, board, please excuse my back. I'm so glad that you men were able to stay and to hear this. I recognize that the time is late and other people had to leave, but I know that you'll carry this story to them. So my name is Dr. Wright. I am a mother of two African-American children that I almost lost, but a man from the community stepped in and they helped me. I was a leader, a principal, a community superintendent. I needed help. And when I didn't have anywhere to go, a man, a black man from the community with his heart stepped in and he helped me. Now my children, who are wreaking havoc in Buffalo Public Schools, work for the system. And I'll tell you, they work at school number 84 with the most precious children that we have. So when Dr. Cash says he really wants to partner with the community, he means it. And when I'm saying right now, we have some kids that our school system, we can't do it by ourselves. We require partners. The 1.09% of children that I'm talking about, the 309 students who have created about 343 long-term suspensions, from a total population of over 30,000 students, require significant supports that go above and beyond what we are able to provide for them in the school day. So I'm going to talk to you about some powerful partnerships I've been able to form alongside Fred Wagstaff, the security team, with law enforcement. So again, in our community, I've got two brothers. They both ended up in jail for no reason at all, good men. So I know our historical relationship with law enforcement, dating back to what my grandfather taught me, coming from Radford, South Carolina. So please don't think that I'm unaware, because I am. I want to tell you though that we've developed a new relationship. So just bear with us while I talk to you about what we're doing with law enforcement to help us with our children who are, they are vexed, they are angry, they need support. They don't know what to do except for explode. And this is why the partnership is critical. This is what we've been doing. Buffalo Public Schools, along with Buffalo Police Department school resource officers. Those school resource officers, they're specially trained to work with our children. They come into the schools, they sit down, they have lunch with them, they need backpacks, we get them, we deliver them to them, we take care of them. These are police officers who are in our schools. They have become our friends. We've been working alongside the NFTA and the District Attorney's Office to problem solve around how we can provide supports, extreme supports for our high risk who are in crisis. We're in all of those strategies that Dr. Wilson so eloquently spoke of aren't quite working for them, and then they get into situations where they make really poor decisions. As the data has indicated, 309 children have committed one infraction that has really gotten them into a lot of trouble. Okay, my son, when he was 15, made a bad decision. Someone could have decided he should be thrown away. A man came in and said, "No, I see hope and promise." And he stayed in his life, got him turned around. Same thing with my daughter. A man came in and said, "I see promise in you, Queen." Stuck with her, she got turned around. This is what we're asking of the community. Come in and help us stay. Because the last thing these children that I'm talking about need is someone who's going to come for a minute and then go. That just exasperates the wound. It creates an infection that at some point, if it keeps being aggravated, will never heal. Mayor Brown, seeing that our children have been in crisis, has offered additional police patrol, not to arrest our children, but to have a presence and to bring calm. They have a calming effect for our children. Same thing with NFTA. We have been hiring more school resource officers Again, we are not talking about a police saying, let's put them in handcuffs and lock them up model. We're talking about utilizing restorative practices, de-escalation, culturally relevant conversations to embrace our children who have been through so much. When we are talking about what we need to do for our children, I want us always to remember, while that child may have committed a heinous offense, we know what has been happening. They are still, that child is still someone's baby at 14 and 15, and it is too early to end their lives. So we have been working collaboratively with principals and their school teams to reimagine school programs at our schools with the highest level of intensive students so that their children in that building can be safe. What I want you all to know is that we don't just value the students like today who came in with such grace and dignity and education and who are so eloquent. We love our children who are also spiraling nearly out of control, and we're doing everything that we can in order to create a safe environment for them so that they can have the highest possibility to realize their greatest potentials. Dr. Reynolds will talk with you about some deepening partnerships that we are creating with the community.
My colleagues, before Dr. Reynolds speaks, we've put a list of what we know now, and it means that we can add to this. So don't take this as omission, and therefore, it's all we know right now. So if there's more, and that's why I had Bishop Gelsey say, so I'm going to add his program into this. I just got to find out the structure of how it fits best. You know, calling everybody to the assembly, and that structure doesn't work for us as well. I'm going to figure it out and see what his message is for our young people, because it absolutely should be a piece of the quilt. All right, so here's what we are learning. And as I said, this is as a result of a meeting with Pastor James Giles, Pastor Kenneth Simmons, and Pastor Timothy Newkirk this afternoon to try to get this work moved further. And after Dr. Reynolds goes, I'm going to just share the data, which I said I would share also with the three pastors so that they can start to build these proposals. And I'm happy to share with anybody who would like to see where we are, because from the data, you build a program. From the data, you build a program. All right. Dr. Reynolds.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Cassandra. That was outstanding.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Dr. Wright. Board President Petrucci, board members, Dr. Cash, community, and colleagues. Dr. Cash already referenced the meeting this afternoon with our faith-based community. I am extremely pleased that BPS has taken a step forward with expanding and strengthening our partnership with families and community. Please advance the slide. With families and community in order to support our students. And so he talked about a proposal, a comprehensive, multi-layered proposal that we're asking our partners, our community partners, to work on. And here are just some of our parent and community and faith-based partners who have agreed to join us. Because what we're looking for are partners who are respected, authentic, credible messengers of and from the community. And so we have partners such as MVP, BPTO, CHW, MedDad, the Peacemakers, including groups like Stop the Violence Coalition, Buffalo United Front, parents, fathers, and GYC Ministry. One of the beautiful things that came out of today's meeting, and I think we will all attest to the fact that we want the same thing. We all absolutely want the same thing. We realize that the Buffalo Public Schools cannot do it alone. And so we're looking for you to please use your cultural, your relational, and your community capital to help us change the trajectory of our families and students who are experiencing many of the things that Dr. Wright's sons experience as young people, her daughter. Our students, the 1.09% of the students, the 323 students who have already experienced a long-term suspension, those with the low attendance rates, the high behavioral infractions, and those high suspension rates. What do we need you to do as you're thinking about, as you're convening and you're coming together to develop a collaborative, multi-layered proposal? We're asking that you will consider a proposal that will employ active listening. What are our kids saying? What are our families saying? What do they need? We need to make sure that we are providing emotional support for our families and for our students. We know that many of our partners and community organizations are already providing those safe passageways, but to and from school. But what we know is that, as Dr. Cash mentioned, we need to increase the boat, right? The need is great, but we need more and others to get involved. We need additional boots on the ground. We're looking to provide the parent mentors and coaches. Our parents, just like a few of our parents who spoke this morning or this evening, they need our help. Some of them had life experiences that at this point they feel ill-equipped to support their kids in school. They may need a little bit of coaching. They may need a mentor to help them to support their kids. We're looking for partners. We're looking for parents to help us to link our families to many resources within the community. A good example of that happened yesterday. We had a COVID vaccination clinic at Bennett Community School. And so it was a great example of one of our parent partners, MVP, our parent engagement liaison at the school. They came into contact with one of our students as she was transitioning from the clinic who had an anxiety attack. Now, neither of those two, they're not BPS staff members, but they are part of the BPS family. So we took the student into the parent room. We talked to her. We brought her down. We brought in the school administrator. So this is a perfect example of how school, home, and community can join forces like this, not like this, to help our kids. The young lady left the school without a coat. We know that some of our high school students, even in the cold weather, will go to school without a coat. She doesn't have one at home either. So we provided her with a coat from the Parent Center. Our parent engagement liaison is connecting her with a brand new coat this Friday. So these are some of the things that we're asking for collaboration with. We're asking, I'm so happy, and you know I have the utmost respect for you, Pastor Gillison, Minister Gillison, Dad, Father Care, Mr. Radford. My heart is warm. I'm so pleased to know that you are willing to partner with us. We're going to reach out to you because we need additional boots on the ground. We cannot do it alone. We need you. We need you. We need members from your organizations. We need members from your church. So I will be reaching out to you. Dr. Cash mentioned that district-wide winter clothing drive. That student yesterday, she's one of many students who don't have coats, who don't have boots, who don't have gloves. Help us out. Talk to members of your We the Parent, Mount Olive Baptist Church, the CAO. Please help to donate so that we're able to support as many of our families in need. And so, once again, we have the absolute same desire. We want to ensure that our kids are academically sound and social and emotionally well. questions? Or actually, I'm sorry, let me turn it over to Dr. Cash.
Colleagues, so the kind of data that we are generating is perfect for this time. Because again, we've all tried to do different things. I talked to Pastor Giles. His business model historically has been, to help out at locations and be there to break up fights or to talk to the kids and try to move them along. But we've got to go much deeper than that now, given the trauma, given the deep social emotional challenges that our kids are facing, from anger, deep anger, depression, anxiety, sleeplessness, fear, on and on. So what we have now, we have a really robust, accurate, live, within 24 hours, data dashboard. That's a big deal. So Pastor Giles' eyes lit up, Kenny Simmons' eyes lit up, Timothy Nurkirk said, oh my God. And what we have is not only what the incidents are, right? The 1 through 9, the major incidents, from things like, weapon possession, threat against school personnel, written, physical or verbal, property damage, physical contact with school personnel, aggravated assault, fighting, simple assault, this whole range of disrespectful behavior, attacks on other students, so forth and so on. So all of the types of incidents, their count, their number, and then where exactly precisely they're happening. Hallways, staircase, gymnasium, computer lab, classroom, cafeteria, bus loading zone, off school property, on school property, other, and so forth. So it's sort of the off school property, it's the coming into school, coming out of school, getting black men, getting men of all colors and kinds to get up and come out and be there. Be present. Be present, like we were tonight. That's great. But we need a lot more, and then we've got plenty that we can get them into this work. So that's where we're going to be focusing our proposals over the next 2 weeks. And as I said, if we've left out anybody or you have anything, when I call you tomorrow, then you can say, this is what we're willing to do. This is what we can do. Because the schools, as I said, down in the education part, we're going to do what we said we're going to do. We are doing what we said we're going to do. But there is a responsibility piece here. There is an accountability piece, as there always has been, for what parents have to do. And even if they can't do it or aren't up to it because of the challenges, then they can be taught, they can be supported, they can be listened to and helped to get there. We believe they want to be there and get there. We can't jump out of the car and jump on other kids and you're the parents. Okay? We got a lot of those incidents in here with these beefs, these gang beefs, these murder beefs, frankly, and these blood things that this Reverend Chelsea was talking about. That's real. And that puts our kids at risk, that puts all the other staff at risk. So we have to figure out alternative ways without making it an alternative program. I don't want an alternative program, I want a great program that's different from what we're able to do now. So that's what that sum is, colleagues. And as I said, we'll be reaching out, you can reach in, but around the work, around the mutual desire to improve the life trajectory, education, and so forth of our children. That's what it's about. So thank you so articulately stating that. Dr. Wilson, Dr. Wright, and Dr. Reynolds, and the board president. That concludes my major updates tonight around those 3 substantive issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, gentlemen, for staying around so long. So, yeah, got a little bit along right now. Do I have a motion to approve the minutes from the previous meeting? Ms. McCosey, do we accept this? That's evidence. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Any abstained? Approved. Committee reports. So who would like to start? So we'll start over on the left side and work over the agenda. Report out at this point.
I will be sharing with the board, I went to local progress meeting this weekend, and I will share with the board, there's a national cohort for board members, trainings, things along those lines that they're looking to get input on, and I'll be bringing all of that to the table.
Thank you, Ms. Mendoza. Ms. Jacob. Dr. Rivera.
At our Executive Affairs Committee meeting, we discussed the superintendent's roles. We had a really robust discussion, and I look forward to continuing possibly in December 1st.
Mr. Herbert, you're still with us. Do you have anything you'd like to report?
I'm sorry, will you just call me?
Yes, it's committee report time. Would you like to report about your committee or what you're working on?
Yes, I don't know. I'm giving a deep echo all day long. So, we need extra committee report, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
We can hear you fine, Terrence, so you're coming through loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Well, the committee report that we did was on November 10th, 2021, and it was on the Educational Support Committee, where we talked about our joint presentation with SAYS on social and emotional support. Excuse me. Here to present was Dr. Chapter Wills. He's the Chief of Student Support Services. And Dr. Chapter Wills talked about our district and its initiated support that we have with our district. We also had a presenter that was Toya Wilson, and she presented on school-based support. And Cassandra Wright, and Dr. Cassandra Wright talked about individualized support pertaining to us, speech, CPS calls, McKinney mentor program, and a lot of other things. But one of the biggest things that stood out from that is that of our 31,000 children that this district receives, about 5 crises per day calls with our children and families. So accompanying that, this does mean 20 crisis calls a week that this district handles, and they have a very impressive ways of handling it, not going too much detail, but a lot of things through mentoring programs, mental health clinics, and working with our children and our teachers, and our health services, able to try to combat some of those things and help rectify situations and make better lives for our teachers, students, and their families. Also, the second part of our presentation, we talked about, excuse me, I'm sorry. We had an update with educational support, student and achievement. With this, we have presentations from SAYS, which is celebrating their 6th year here with the district. And one of the things we talked about was a student achievement guide. And Laura Sabinitsky and Ebony Bullitt introduced our dashboard program that we have in our district, which is very, very impressive, which should be rolled out there get this wealth of information, go back to the board docs and review them online and also on YouTube. I'll leave the board back to you, President Patricia.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Dr. Kathy Evans-Brown, Vice President, one of our two Vice Presidents, I should say.
And so this is a report from the Student Achievement Committee meeting held on November 10th, 2021. So we continue to be excited as board members to function as housing leaders for this district. What we're finding more so now than before is that the focus on student achievement is woven in all of our committee meetings, as Mr. Curtis just reported out. And it's also refreshing to see that we're seeing more data as it relates to our student population in terms of attendance, suspensions, academic, math, literacy, assessments, etc. So during this meeting, a dashboard was created and is live. Thank you to Evan Bullock, in the Office of Shared Accountability, and Michelle, as well as Lauren. I can't remember her last name, but under the leadership of our Superintendent, Dr. Private Cash. So a presentation was conducted to show what the dashboard consists of in terms of access, in terms of not only things for students, but teachers as well. So, when you talk about tracking average daily attendance, so attendance is important, as we know, as an indicator, because it tells you who's coming to school and who's not. So according to the data on November 10th, it showed how we had somewhere near 1,687 students who had not attended school since September. And because of tracking, that number was reported down to 943 students who have not returned to school. So this dashboard shows, evidence that it's working, that the district has employed some interventions in place to include outreach, for example, to find out where these kids are and get them back in school. And Michelle talked about the beginning of the school year, the literacy and math screening data. And that was really robust, interesting. She talked about some of the screening data that included DIBELS, I-ready math, some of the diagnostic tests and assessments, in literacy, math, etc. And I'm not going to go into any details, but it was very robust, and as Mr. Hurd indicated, that you can go on YouTube and look at that session thoroughly from the November 10th committee meeting. But I just want to also say that I was really excited to see all the African American men here, and most of them are gone now. But as a mother of 5 African American young men, 3 biological and 2 staff, I'll just treat them all as mine, who graduated, from Buffalo Public Schools. I would like to change that narrative that our kids are graduating, not reading and writing. That's not fair, because they are. I too am a product of the Buffalo Public Schools. I'm not going to tell you what year, but I can read and write when I left Buffalo Public Schools, and so did my sons. And so we need to change that narrative and put, more positive information out there. So I would be remiss if I didn't say that. Thank you.
Mr. Scott, the floor is yours.
So just one quick update. Myself and President Petrucci attended the Erie County Association of School Boards legislative breakfast on Saturday. Robust discussion on COVID, masking, vaccines, quarantining. Was happy to see that charter school accountability and keeping or proliferation of charter schools is a priority. Presented to the legislators that were in attendance. And it was a worthwhile meeting and good discussion. I don't have an update from the Educational Support Committee because Mr. Bird chaired the previous meeting. We are looking at for December's meeting that I will be chairing to get an update from student placement and central registration.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Ms. Woods?
On November 3rd, we had the Finance and Operations Committee meeting, and our CEO went over and presented the steps he is putting in place to make our budget more equitable, to make sure all schools get equitable financing, and are funded in proportion to the number of L's, ones, special needs children. So that was our priority. He did an excellent presentation, and it is attached to our board docs. On November 4th, we had the Transportation Committee meeting to go over issues of how we're going to address the bus driver shortage, and you just had an extensive report on the committee reports for that. There were 3 of those meetings, so November 3rd was the first one I attended. November 4th was the first one I attended. November 5th, the MBWE Chew and Chat was at the, what's that? Lafayette Parent Center, and it was an excellent presentation to several MBEs that came there and asked a lot of questions. They learned how to log into our Muni system, how to become vendor, and they brought and shared their perspectives on what's blocking MBEs from getting in. And I didn't make the second one, they just had, I believe, yesterday, but I am really hopeful that we're going to make some institutional changes that will make a difference in our MBE figures. November 9th, went to the DPCC meeting, and just supporting our parents. November 10th, we had our other board work session, which was excellent, just reported on. And then on November 12th, Zoom meeting with MVP. I tried to see if we can get some church organizations and bands to support us in our quest to solve the transportation problem. So, bunches of meetings.
Thank you, Ms. Wood. Former President County, do you have anything you want to report?
I'd just like to share with the community some of the things that I've been doing and working on, and offer an invitation to the entire board if they're interested in participating in the Friday afternoon Council of Great City School meetings that are held at from 1 to 2 every Friday. If you're interested, I'll be able to hook you up that link without any problems. I attended the session on Monday in regards to for the New York State School Board Association. I will share out the link to any of the PowerPoints, and that I can share that with the board members who just recently received it. And I would like to share October 28th, I attended a disproportionality zone community meeting sponsored by Dr. Henry Taylor, professor at UAB, changes with that, but it's paradoxical, is all I can say, for me. November the 4th, we have the Highland Park Taxpayers Association. I update them once a month. Saturday, November the 6th, I attended a conference with New York State School Board on diversity, equity, and inclusion in regards to our equity resolution. It is time to update it to include diversity and equity and inclusion in there, DEI. And so New York State has done a big push. Everyone should receive at least a notification from them, a joint statement. And I spoke with Nate Kuzman in regards to enhancing our resolution and finalizing our diversity, equity, and inclusion policy. November 9th, I attended the DPC parent meeting. November the 12th, I attended the honorable swearing in of the honorable, our new U.S. attorney for the Western New York area, who is a Hutch Tech alumni, Trini Ross, who's also Dr. Barbara Nevergo's niece, and it was good to see Dr. Barbara Nevergo. In addition, there was also David Scott was there, as well as Louis Tucci and board member Ann Revere and Coach Stephanie Calhoun. I would like to give her a shout out. She was leading our district. She was our assistant legal counsel for over 5 years. I'm not sure if we have any other African Americans in there, but I know she was out there, and I hope she will be replaced by a new someone. It seems that she has moved up to higher rises, and good for her. And the final thing I want to say is go Darren Brown, bring home the money. Darren Brown is on that cuter one of Family Feud, but kudos to Darren Brown. Let it go down, Brown. Okay, that's all I have for now. I will continue to work with, this month, I will continue to work with expanding the equity, ad hoc, as well as I'm going to continue to work and probably be a little bit more involved in the community events that are happening. I think it was very important and paramount that the men that came out today to support our children, the think tank, and many other organizations in our community who align themselves with the think tank to let this board know that they are serious about our children and that they are not going anywhere. It's very powerful, a lot of very powerful men in here today. Who represents a lot of people, and so I'm really proud of them. I didn't know that they were coming, else I probably would have made it to this meeting on time. This is the first time I've been late, and I don't know when, so I missed, I guess, the walking in. That would have been nice to see. But I want to thank the think tank and the other organizations who are part of the think tank for showing up and offering their support. I do believe that in order to fix this problem in this community, it has to be a grassroots fix. It's not going to be fixed from the outside in. And so we need to make sure that we work with these men and respect them, because each one of them deserves respect. But just showing up, each one of them deserves respect because they are human beings, if nothing else. Thank you.
Thank you, President Kaplan. So let me just build on your last comment. Good to see that they came here in the spirit of cooperation. I wanted to improve the district. To your point, many of them have been active in the community for a very long time and a variety of different times. I just wanted to, I've done many things, I know that I just wanted to touch on a few quick things. One was I had the opportunity to go to community schools in South Park, which was 2 weeks ago, which was an excellent event. They had over 200 people. And the second one was that I went to the one last week at Southside. So the one at Southside was great because it had a Native American theme, and they had Native American food and music, and it was very well attended as well, but it was good to see. The one thing too that I wanted to touch upon really quickly about the and learned when I went to County Associations of School Boards was that many of our suburban counterparts are experiencing many of the social emotional wellness problems that we're seeing not only in our district but across the West Region. And it was, I'll say not so, it was, you know, we saw the fact that they had to put on school psychologists and social workers and many of the types of services that we offer that they hadn't done in the past, and now they're able to address many of the situations that we were referring to public schools as well. So that was really, really good to see. I sure am very interested in the link to the Council Grade City Schools. So if you could, yeah, thank you. If you could form me the link to the Council Grade City Schools, I'd like to participate in that. So thank you very much. You did, Tony? How was the PTA?
The PTA had a nice crowd, about 5 people came in, the school was pretty excited about them. And we used to talk a little bit about the PTA being a community about getting an opportunity for it.
So last week, Sharon and I attended a meeting about the PTA and staffing PTAs at our various school buildings. I know that I had met with the woman who made the presentation at School 33 previously, because she was trying to establish a PTA at School 33. They're not looking to supplant any of our existing parent organizations, but rather to work in concert and to bring something different to the table as well. We want to expand the type of services and representation. And it's the PTA, so traditionally they have been the parent-teacher association. They've been the parent group in many of the schools prior to many of the organizations that we have in the younger, or newer, I should say. PTA has a long history of working with schools and districts across America. You can speak to the community.
So, what they're interested in doing is starting the first community PTA that has ever been done in New York State. And that would mean parents from all over the city of Buffalo would all work with one organization, in addition to the individual school opportunities, because we have seen, I've seen 2 schools step up to start a PTA in their building. The thing that I like the most about the PTA is that the PTA comes with a liability policy, so if you have any organizations who want to work with your group or whatever, they are protected from harm. It protects the officers as well. It protects you in the event you have something. And so Ida Ferguson is spearheading that. I'm sorry, I can't remember the other lady's name. What is it? Patty Frazier is also part of that. And they are going to Syracuse this weekend to bring some more good information, but the ideal originates out of School 6. Best is the first one to have the PTA revived in our district, and it looks like hopefully by the end of this year we might have upwards of about 7 to 8 new in school as well as the community one. And in order to be a member, it's $5. And we need 25 members from your school if you want to do it school-based to be a part of it. So it's good work. It's a good opportunity because they are really politically connected, and they have a seat at the table in Albany. That's how well respected they are.
And they both have local and I'll say statewide and national representation supports. So that was good to see.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, former President Gottman. Brings us to the consent agenda. Before we can proceed with the consent agenda, I believe Dr. Cash wishes to make a few announcements.
Thank you, President Petrucci. Colleagues and staff continue to prepare for the meeting. Got a few questions from our Monday afternoon executive committee. We decided to pull 2 items which were already reflected on the board documents. That would be 18D regarding floor and carpet decals. Just were some concerns around that particular vendor's extraordinarily low bid, and doing some more We pulled that item 18D and 19B around the.
It's already been pulled from your checklist for diversity.
Those are already pulled from the board yesterday. But there is one, 18H, which is still on the agenda. There's no 18G on here at all. So.
It's 18G on the board's checklist, the agenda. It's National Institute of Blind Adult Youth Disposable Masks.
Okay, go to the mic and you do it. Okay? Thank you.
It probably was read letter, Dr. Cash, the others being pulled. It's 18G board members that Dr. Cash is proposing to pull. And that's regarding the adult and youth disposable masks. Motion to move the consent agenda forward. Motion by Chair Collins, second by Chair Cozy. First item I have is item 9C, administrative. I'm sorry, 9B, I take that back. I want to go back one. 9B, civil service, Kathy Evans Brown.
This was an item that we discussed yesterday in executive committee meeting, and I got more clarity at that time, so we'll pause at this time.
Thank you very much. 9C. So for 9C, I believe that we're going to go into executive session to discuss this personnel matter.
No, we didn't do it the last time, we did it out in public. No, this time we want an executive session? Oh, okay.
Correct. It's 9C number what? Number 9, is it? I believe it's 9C, I want to say it's the what?
I think it's number 11.
Yeah, I believe it's number 11. So is the board okay with pulling 9C, number 11? You understand, we'll discuss that in executive session.
No, I guess it's number 11.
That's fine. All raise your hands. Anybody opposed? Okay, that's the one. Next item.
Can I just say one thing? I appreciate the fact that the board was sent a email in regards to this item. Thank you.
You're welcome.
The board was sent an email in regards to this item by DCSA President, Crystal Garden on yesterday, I think it was.
Thank you. Next item we have is 18G. Hearing anyone now, do I hear a motion to move things forward with the exception of item 9C and 11? Can you please? Would you like a roll call vote? Yes, please. This is for 9C, item 11 has been pulled temporarily in discussion of executive session. 18G has been pulled from the consent agenda for review. How do you vote, Ms. Valentine?
No exceptions.
Dr. Redmond? No exceptions. Mr. Hurd is, won't be voting, he's virtual today. Ms. J? Ms. McCosey? Dr. Rivera? Mr. Staff?
No exception.
Ms. Woods?
No exception.
President Pucci? No exceptions. Consent agenda passes. Thank you very much. So can we all raise, we all stand and lower our silence while we recognize those who have passed since the last meeting. Bereavements for November 17th, 2021. October 19th, Betty Gaglo, mother of Elizabeth Wells, a reading teacher at School 43. October 19th, Yvonne Bricka, mother-in-law of Vincent Corelli, business teacher, work-based contact in Pathways Academy at schools 357, 358, 359, 360, and 367. October 23rd, Anthony C. Loransky, father of Amy Loransky, arts coordinator at School 61. October 29th, Michael Bourne, homes and careers teacher at School number 27. November 4th, Nick Lofton, retired BPS teacher at School 84 and Teacher 8, stepfather of Sidney Eastman Davis, supervising school work. November 15th, Marcel Yanders, a student at Buffalo Public Schools, struck by a pickup truck on his walk home from school. November 16th, Carol Blando, the grandmother of Krista Blando, a teacher at School number 92. And last, Dr. James A. Williams, former superintendent of Buffalo Public Schools. Thank you all for your remembrance. Nate, do you want to do the resolution before we go into executive or right now? I know we have a special resolution. Congressional redistricting on our agenda. Then we should do a report. So thank you. This is actually a resolution that I submitted. There is, as many of you will know, there is, the President of the state is looking to redraw our congressional boundaries. So there's conversation out there that they would like to divide Congressman Brian Higgins, who represents the Buffalo Public School District, and create two districts in the city of Buffalo. So we would have two congressmen, we have to divide between two congressmen. So the basic crux of the resolution is that we support keeping one congressional district supporting the Buffalo Public Schools in the city of Buffalo.
I have a question about it. So if you talk in here in this resolution about, is it currently split? Or we're part of Rochester?
No, it's
Or
not.
this is what they're proposing?
Correct. So the Milwaukee district that would stretch all the way up and all the way down. And it would have a very direct impact on the district.
Okay. And Higgins is proposing a split?
No, we would like to have the district.
Proposing, okay, all right, just wanted to be clear. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? If we could, Mr. Guzman, roll call vote. How do you vote on the resolution, Ms. Valentine?
Yes.
Dr. Brown?
Yes.
Ms. J? Ms. McCosey? Dr. Rivera? Mr. Scott?
Yes.
Ms. Woods? President Petrucci? Yes, and I encourage everyone to look at what's happening in Atlanta with respect to the redistricting of the congressional district, school boards, etc. It's really interesting to find out what's going on there right now. We're all interested to walk on. Okay, resolution passes. Thank you very much. So I believe that we're going over to the library, or the cafeteria. I'm sorry, we're going to the cafeteria. So at this point, I have a motion to go into executive session for the following purposes: to discuss pending litigation with various parents of special education students in the district, to discuss the potential discipline of specific district employees, and to discuss the potential appointment of a specific district employee, and for the purposes of receiving sage or legal advice. So moved by Dr. Kevin Member Paulette Woods. All in favor? Any opposed? Any abstentions? I'll see you in the cafeteria in 5 minutes. We'll be doing it in the library. That are still out there, I thank you for your patience. Board was in executive session where we discussed the pending litigation, with various parents and special education students in the district. We also discussed the potential discipline of a specific district employee, and we discussed the potential appointment of a specific district employee as well, in addition to receiving legal advice. So thank you. At this point, we're going to come to in front of me. It's 9C11. Thank you. And Mr. Guzman, can you conduct a roll call?
Yes, Mr. President, everybody hear me? How do you vote on 9C11 this off the top?
I abstain.
Dr. Radford? Ms. J? Yes. Ms. Posey? Yes. Dr. Rivera? Yes. Mr. Scott? Yes. Ms. Woods? No. Mr. Petrucci?
I abstain as well. Thank you.
Okay, passes. 5 votes. 5 yeas, 2 abstentions, 1 no, 1 abstain.
Can I have a motion to adjourn?
Mr. President, I'd like to make a motion that the board considers giving all employees in this district the Wednesday before Thanksgiving a day off as a mind restful, peaceful day to help them jumpstart their celebration.
Thank you very much. Do I hear a second? Discussion? Yes, Mr. Cruz.
Well, and I don't want I just want to have this conversation with the board because we did this last year, and I know everyone appreciated it. The difference between last year and this year was that last year we were all alone, right at this point, and so when kids were not going to return in February, even if they did, it was higher than we could have given it for them. So the snow day this year was not necessarily promised. And this year's a little bit different for everybody, including our district, charter schools, public schools are in session. And so we have to be cognizant of those things. And depending on what happens with that early dismissal, this is probably not the snow day at all. 4 or 4, 2, 3. And then the early dismissal will be taken out of from that. So maybe down to 2 snow days at that point. So I just want the board to be aware. Also, there are agencies, charter schools, and non-public schools. I think some charter, 5 of them, I thought the sheriff wanted 5 of them were closed. The rest had half days on that day. The agencies should still have the bus. So there's still going to be obligations to transport some kids on that day. Or work with the charter schools and for some of the schools that are open on those regulations. So before the board, as the board considers that, I just wanted you to know that I'm going to discuss with that cash on this issue. I think it's a wonderful gesture. I would be great for it. But I wanted you to know those circumstances before the cash. Know kind of what was considered in the practice.
And certainly, I was certainly aware that we may need a snow day before I made the recommendation. Looking at the weather forecast, we might get the snow day anyway that day. But historically, that is the day where a lot of people use their personal days anyway. So they can get a jump start on their holiday. So we have a large absenteeism rate on staff that day historically. going around trying to figure out how they're gonna have activities to keep kids under control, so it's not a big rush, it really isn't. Thank you.
You're welcome. Any other comments or questions? All right. So, you can, yeah, why don't you do it?
6 votes. How do you vote for stuff that, not a motion to, and then I'll bring the amended calendar back to the board and put it for the next meeting. How do you vote for stuff that?
Yes.
Dr. Brown?
Yes.
Ms. Day?
Yes.
Ms. Okosi? Dr. Rivera? Mr. Shah? Ms. Woods?
Yes. Now, can I motion to adjourn? All in favor? Yes, Mr. Hurd. So thank you, Mr. Hurd. Apparently, Mr. Hurd has been in contact by various students at school 99 regarding safety and traffic issues. He's requesting that the district.
No, we motion to adjourn.
So we still have people. We will direct the district to look into the safety concerns regarding Mikowski School, Mr. Hurd.